What? Good morning, everyone. So we're in the final stretch of our meeting. We're ready to begin staff tasking, our presentations on staff tasking. So I'll hand it over to Ms. Diana Evans to introduce our e-agenda item. Thanks.
Good morning, members of the council. I am going to talk through a few different issues today under staff tasking, primarily working from the action memo. We will have a couple of other presentations from staff as we go along. Maybe just to start us off, so in staff tasking, the first thing we talk about is kind of updates on committee, plan team, upcoming meetings, and just noting that you, as we mentioned during the ED report, the council, this is the time when the council appoints membership for 2026 for AP and SSC members during this agenda item. We've also updated the committee list that is posted under the E-agenda, on our E-agenda under E, with any changes that you made at the last meeting. I think we'll go first if I see Miss Marinan. I can't see Miss Marinan. There she is. We'll give her just a moment to get herself together, but we had a request at the October meeting about the data gap analysis, which the social science planning team had been working on. And so Ms. Marinan, who is the staff coordinator for that planning team, put together a short overview. And in order to kind of help understand the ask about the data gap analysis, really needed to provide a little bit more information about the social science planning team and its current status as well. So Ms. Marinan.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the council. Sarah Marinan, council staff. So as Ms. Evans just mentioned, I'm just providing, I have 2 slides here. I'm here to provide an update on the data gap analysis. This is a product of the social science planning team. And you requested this update in October in conjunction with recent action to remove the economic data reports, as well as ongoing discussion about staff capacity and resources. There's a staff memo that provides this update, as well as information on the status of the SSPT. In deciding whether and how to proceed with the completion of the data gap analysis, the council is presented with a linked question of whether and how to proceed with the SSPT. So some background on the SSPT, because it's been a while since we've talked about this group with the council. The social science planning team is a council plan team that was formed in 2017 to facilitate and enhance the use of social science data in the management process. The SSPT is charged with strategizing medium and long-term improvements in the quality and application of social and economic data for analyses and program evaluations. The group's mission, which was adopted by the council in 2017, is included on the first page of that memo on your agenda. The mission statement is important in identifying the scope of topics and tasks the planning team may cover. The meeting agendas have generally been developed internally by the groups, with some tasks coming directly from the council. The memo provides more background on the origin of the group. The original scope was that the SSPT would meet once a year. We also had developed a virtual interim planning meeting that began occurring before that in-person meeting to help prep for that meeting and fill out the agenda for the in-person meeting. The data gap analysis is an analysis that was conceived by the SSPT that highlights gaps in available social and economic data necessary to address key objectives of MSA and other applicable laws. This is one of the first tasks that the group gave itself in light of the mission statement. The SSPT envisioned that the analysis would highlight and later prioritize, the group would prioritize and seek ways to address these data gaps. The first version of the document was presented at the first in-person SSPT meeting in May 2018, and there's a link to that in the memo that's produced. That original version was produced by Steve Kaspersky and Marisha Shimkowiak. It's you can see as linked in the memo, it's meant to be the starting place. This was meant to be a collaborative product of the SSPT. So we've worked on it together. We had a number of versions since then, but those versions haven't been made public yet. They're still in working form. They have individual members' comments, some unresolved, and still ideas for improvement included in that document. So it's really not in a form where I would feel comfortable sharing with what we have so far. The last time we worked in meeting on the analysis was November 19, with the council receiving a report during the SSPT report in February 2020. At that time, the council directed the SSPT to refocus its immediate work on recommending revisions to the current EDR requirements. And then while the SSPT typically meets in May, our annual in-person meetings had been in May, the May 2020 meeting was canceled due to COVID. So we had several SSPT meetings and workshops in the fall of 2020 and the spring of 2021, which were organized around EDR improvements, and those were presented to the council in April 2021. Since 2021, the SSPT has not continued to meet on its regular annual schedule. The reduced engagement is the result of a number of converging factors. No immediate tasking from the council, the resignation of the SSPT chair with no immediate obvious successor, and the prioritized tasking of the council staff coordinator, myself. The group did meet in 2023 to contribute to research priorities process, and at the time we elected Sarah Wise and Mike Downs as co-chairs. Oops. One more slide, but I'll just keep talking. So the SSPT, so if the council wishes to move the data gap analysis forward, because the SSPT hasn't convened since 2023, it may be appropriate to reaffirm and resolicit. It would likely be appropriate to reaffirm and resolicit membership if the council is interested in completing this. But before we go out with solicitations, I think it would be helpful for the council to look at that mission statement and reaffirm the language and provide comments, any comments or feedback on expected scope for the group. As I mentioned, we had originally planned for one meeting a year, but with specific council tasks like the economic data reports work that didn't really fit into that mold. We ended up having workshops and more meetings so we could focus on that topic. And with the completion of the data gap analysis, that one meeting a year likely also wouldn't be a good framework. It could take us 3 years to complete the project. You don't necessarily have to dictate the number of meetings that the group would have over a topic like that, but just a general understanding on how that would contribute to the workload and what the ask is for membership. It's likely that the leads of the analysis and would be council staff, and there's also some current membership that are council staff, and also thinking about the level of work being asked from members when thinking about what types of tasks and what kind of charge you would ask the group to continue forward to work on. Just for general reference, based on looking at the document in the status it's in now, I would expect moving it forward would be about equivalent to an amendment analysis level of work. So if the council wishes to move forward with this, the staff could reaffirm membership and help solicit for any vacancies. Once membership and commitment have been reestablished, additional work on the data gap analysis could take place. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Marinan. I'll see if there are any questions. Ms. Gohan?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Ms. Marinan, for the presentation. Can you speak to if you've talked to any of the current members of the SSPT and gauged interest already, or how much work needs to be done there?
Yeah, through the chair, Ms. Gohan, thank you for the question. I did provide an email update to all members. When I sent that out, several of our members were furloughed. I have communicated directly with many of the members, not all of them, but I have begun to get a general sense, I think, for interest level. But I think before I had formal conversations with each member, it would be very helpful to get a better sense from the council on expected focus and what is being asked in terms of commitment. If the group is just moving forward, for example, with this specific task, it could look different than if we're reestablishing either the one meeting a year or some other kind of form, depending on the other side of people's jobs, that might influence whether they're willing to recommit membership or not.
Thanks, that's helpful. And a follow-up, I guess not a follow-up, different question. Can you speak to how the SSPT's work has fed into the SSC in the past, noting that the SSC has some socioeconomists and anthropologists on there, but not many?
Through the chair, Ms. Goen, there is a nexus between the SSC and the SSPT. That I would say one of the big origins of the group was in requests from the SSC and some of the data gaps that they were seeing in our work. And there's always been some SSC membership in the group. So that's one big nexus, is just having membership overlap. We were intentionally set up to operate differently than the SSC, not as a review body in a similar capacity to the SSC, but I guess more as a tangential conduit of the types of things that the SSC kind of couldn't take on, like the long-term thinking about data planning. Does that, yeah, thank you.
That's helpful, thanks.
Yes, and Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Ms. Marinan. I guess I wondered if there had been any other discussions with existing SSPT members about the continued need for or importance of the data gap analysis. I think that's one thing you're trying to get at, is whether we want to keep pursuing that. And we've had changes since this was first initiated in terms of removing the EDR. The majority of the council did not vote for crew data collection. We've cited limited resources and now have an EO that's really geared toward lowering costs to industry, to fishermen and processors, and any data collection we know always comes with costs. So I'm just wondering if individual members are aware of all those new factors, or if there's something else we should be considering when we decide whether to pursue this as tasking for the committee.
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball. So I believe the last time we met in person, and probably our last virtual meeting, when the group has had conversations about the mission of the group, there's a lot of general support for that mission. It's a pretty broad mission, but there's, I think, a lot that can be encompassed in there that membership would really agree with. That said, I think there's also an interest in the council signaling their interest in that mission statement and the types of things that they think would really fall under that mission statement that they'd want the group to work on, because it's so broad. We want to use our time effectively, and be able to talk about and think about things that the council wants to consider. And as you mentioned, with new EOs and things like that, and the removal of the EDRs, I think it would be really helpful for the council to signal where they want staff time and capacity to be spent. And as you mentioned, with the data gap analysis, I think, it would be really nice to see that completed so we can share the final version with people. There's been a lot of effort in it, but also there's a lot of updates that would need to be made to even the draft we've been working on. Just the start of the document covers all of the regulatory requirements, the EOs, the NEPA regs that have changed. So there's a lot of content that would need to be updated within that document since we last worked on it. There have been a lot of changes.
Thank you. And Mr. Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Marinan, for your presentation. You said this and I missed it. I was looking at another item, but you made an analogy to the level of work remaining was equivalent to, and I missed what you said.
Through the chair, Mr. Williams, like a typical amendment analysis, which I know there maybe isn't such a thing, but in terms of that it would require at least one lead to kind of move the charge forward and regroup with the document that we have and where we are and the updates that need to be made. And also commitment from all contributing members. You know, there would be work done offline, but probably the group would need to meet probably virtually a couple of times to get on the same page. So kind of similar to an amendment analysis, there would be behind the scenes work and then a number of check-ins to move that product to a final form.
Yes, Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Marinan. And I'm asking you to help with my memory on something related to the social science plan team. I was involved in this group in the early days, and it's to help me with perhaps the discussion we might be considering in terms of the data gap analysis, and if the council would like to task the completion of that. Given the broad scope of the SSPT that has been established, as you noted, I'm remembering that one original thought for an SSPT project, if you will, is kind of getting along the lines of Ms. Kimball's question. We already, as a process, collect a tremendous amount of data, and we hear that quite frequently. We heard it recently in the EDR action, and sometimes, you know, maybe analysts in our process aren't aware of all the data that's out there, or even if they are, maybe there's time compression in getting these analyses done, and there could be new ways and better ways of analyzing the existing data that we have and sort of working. So I had always envisioned that a potentially valuable contribution of the social science planning team within the scope that you've laid out in the paper is to really help us if we don't always know if we can collect more data. Many of us would like to collect more data, but sometimes that's not an option. But instead of only focusing on the gaps and what new data we need to collect, has there been much work in terms of that? Okay, here's what we have. The SSPT experts that we have that's where I'm thinking the medium and long-term thinking could go. Are there different ways to, and social science and anthropological research has advanced since we formed this group. And so I'm just, has that ever been a discussion at the SSPT?
Through the chair, Ms. Baker, that's a very good point, and I think it fits right within the mission statement of the group to capitalize on existing information that we have that's being underutilized. I would say two things. First, that I think the data gap analysis that we've been working on, and you can see in the original form, the one that's linked in the memo does this a bit. There's a lot of places there where it contrasts what we do have. So it also highlights what we do have with some fisheries, with what we don't have in other fisheries. Also, I think that the group, when it was meeting on a regular basis, did do that in a way. I think just the opportunity to provide space and resources for this group, and then have people from the Science Center, from academia, from the regional office, from council staff, from other places coming together. And, you know, we had a standing agenda item that was highlighting new and relevant research. So I think that was one thing that the group was doing, was providing a conduit for what information is out there and available, and ensuring that we're kind of checking in with each other on those sources. We don't have a formalized document of that, but I think our meetings kind of were a place where some of that was happening.
Thank you. And Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. It's a follow-up to Ms. Baker's question, because I hadn't thought about that, but you didn't quite answer the second part about, like, has the committee or has the plan team discussed ways to use existing data, like in more novel ways to use existing data to answer questions that we have in amendment analyses, and using existing data in ways we haven't before, or expanding the use of that data? That seemed to be part of Ms. Baker's question. Was that part of the discussion?
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, I don't recall us having a specific agenda item around that topic. But again, I think it kind of inherently came up in some of the topics. Like, for instance, one of our topics, and this is, this was 2018, this was a while back, but council staff presented the group on some of the analytical questions that were occurring in some of the work that we were doing, some of the discussion papers that we were having. And then the group was kind of brainstorming, what information do we have out there that maybe council staff don't typically use. We kind of pull from a typical suite of data when we prepare discussion papers, amendment analyses. So having that broader group to kind of brainstorm some of the analytical challenges was doing that in that agenda item at the meeting. But we, as far as I recall, we haven't set up a document or a product kind of the way that Ms. Baker was describing.
Thank you. I'm not seeing any other questions. Thank you, Ms. Marinan.
So thank you very much, Ms. Marinan, for highlighting that and highlighting some of the questions that will be helpful for us as staff, depending on council direction and kind of what your focus is moving forward whether for the team as a whole or whether specifically for the data gap analysis. Moving on to another committee report, the Finance Committee met during this meeting. We have posted a copy of a public summary of some of the comments and recommendations that came out of that Finance Committee. Ms. Merkuliev, if you could pull that up for me, that would be great. I just wanted to highlight a couple of points. You can read the summary as well, but just specifically in this conversation, the committee, in terms of overall council funding, did note that, I think we've had some public conversations recently, but the council was largely fully funded for 2025 funding. But the committee provided direction to staff to remain consistent, given cautions about the unpredictability of future funding installments, to continue our conservative fiscal management cost-saving actions, and we've outlined those in previous Finance Committee reports that have been presented at the April and October meetings. The specific item that I wanted to highlight here, we did have a conversation about meeting planning, and that had been previewed again in, I think, the June and the October council meetings. Some conversations about the potential for looking forward, particularly beginning in 2027, to think about changing kind of the annual cycle of our council meetings. The committee did consider those factors, and one of the motivations for that is that our June meetings tend to be very expensive for the council. So given that we're moving to a 4-meeting per year cycle, we have finally successfully moved to that new cycle. Are there opportunities for more cost-effective and a meeting cycle that might also be better in tune with the cycle of fishing and the ability of participants to engage effectively with the council? So it's the recommendation of the Finance Committee for staff to look into changing that meeting cycle along the lines of what staff had previously outlined, which is beginning in 2027 to a meeting cycle that would move the April meeting to a late February-March timeframe, move the June meeting to a mid-May timeframe, and then still continue to hold the October and December meetings approximately in the first week of October and December. And I wanted to just put this on the screen so that you can see what that looks like in terms of target meeting dates. If we were to move forward in this direction, this is for 26 through 28, which is the remainder of our current grant period. But shows what those target meeting dates would be. If we don't hear direction to the contrary from the council during this agenda item, we would move forward with soliciting bids and trying to book venues moving forward for these dates, depending on venue ability. Just noting a little bit of an asterisk about the October dates for this year and next year, in that we still need to have a little bit of conversation with the Alaska Department of Fish and Game and with National Marine Fisheries Service to ensure that our October meetings work for being able to open crab fisheries. But we're going to have those conversations and report back. We have talked before about as a budget contingency when necessary, the council moving to a one-on, one-off in-person and virtual schedule. That would be a kind of our severe contingency planning. I think the hope of the committee is and staff and looking at our fiscal situation would be to try to plan for 3 in-person meetings a year, pulling back from that if we have to, but hopefully being able to reliably plan for 3 in-person meetings a year and potentially a 4th, but understanding that we would identify one meeting as virtual or in person if we have the funds in hand and we can secure a venue at that kind of more of a little bit more last minute time period to be able to support that. So that's the direction coming out of the Finance Committee. I wanted to highlight that for the council. If you have any questions, we can talk about that.
Yes, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Evans, for that. You noted, which I think we all know, that the June meeting is usually very expensive, and that's one of the primary reasons to shift it back to May, aside from stakeholders having difficulties in June. But is that as expensive if that meeting was in Alaska, or is that just because it's outside of Alaska?
It is actually, through the chair, Ms. Kimball, the June meeting in Anchorage is prohibitively expensive. It has been for years, which is the reason why we don't hold that meeting in Anchorage. We've always looked for other venues, either in coastal Alaska. More recently, we were having difficulties with cost, but also with capacity with the increased tourism travel in our southeastern venues, that we were trying to move to be able to hold those meetings in the Pacific Northwest. That was a more affordable option for us. But obviously that has raised some other questions about both cost and participation. And so mid-May is still the shoulder season for tourism travel in Alaska, but we're going to do solicitations to see if that seems a more feasible venues. I don't know exactly what the results of that will be, whether that would be Anchorage or whether that would be outside of Anchorage. I think we're trying to look for cost effectiveness as a primary consideration moving forward, balanced, of course, with the council's needs and the public's needs to participate and engage effectively. Okay.
Thanks. And Ms. Evans, just before you move on, just like to extend our appreciation to you and Ms. Schmidt for all of your work in helping us through scenario planning and various decision points to help ensure that we can continue meeting our council's objectives and working on high priority issues. Some of these decisions have been really challenging, of course, but I think it's been really, really helpful to get information back in a real timely fashion, and sometimes we're dealing with some the high degree of uncertainty. So I understand the incredible challenges of trying to plan this out, and it's been really helpful and informative to the council in making some decisions to ensure that we can continue the work that we do. So thank you.
I appreciate that, and especially the support for our finance officer, who is integral in all of this contingency planning, Nicole Schmidt. Okay, we can move on then from the Finance Committee report. I don't have the visual set up for this, but the next item in the memo is to look at our upcoming meetings. And so if you look at the staff tasking memo on the we can hold off on this one for just a minute. Danny, Miss Mercury-F. Before we get to that. Oh, you have it there. Look at you. You're so on top of things. Page 2, top of page 2, there's a table that shows our upcoming meetings. And so this is an opportunity for you as the council. We've been trying to move in the direction of having you at least get some sense of what our upcoming committee and plan team meetings will be between now and the next meeting, as an opportunity for you to provide feedback if that's if you would like to. I think we have some of our standard meetings, or one of our standard meetings happening, which is the crab plan team and the crab modeling workshop. That happens on an annual basis every year. But there are some other plan team and workshop and committee meetings planned between now and certainly the first half of next year that are a little bit more of a one-off. Our crab plan team and our groundfish plan teams are both intending to convene to provide some feedback on the council's exploration of alternative harvest control rules to support climate resilience, sort of our HCR work that we've been doing. You'll hear a little bit more about that when Ms. Latanich comes up. So maybe we can also highlight more questions under that agenda item as well. But Dr. Stram is planning the harvest control rule team workshop to move that effort further along that you'll hear about under our IRA work. And then we also have an ecosystem committee tentative agenda items coming out of your reconstitution of the committee and the terms of reference that you identified for that and happening sometime in 2026. So just wanted to highlight that for you, that's what we currently see as upcoming. And if you want to have more conversation about that either now or perhaps later in this agenda topic, we can circle back to that. Thank you.
Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Ms. Evans. I mean, just quickly, I think it is the intent of the council, and I think we've said this at the previous meeting as well, to task the ecosystem committee. So just highlighting that box for the public before we get public testimony on some of those items or others they think would be ecosystem committee tasks.
Okay. So with that, I think the next part of our staff tasking presentation here is to get a short update from Ms. Latanich on IRA funding and our climate resilience planning timeline updates. She has a short presentation to provide you. This is something that we also did last December. This is part of our 4-year IRA grant, but an opportunity to provide an update and provide information for the council as to how those projects are proceeding. So Ms. Latanich.
Well, while waiting for the slides to load, good morning, Madam Chair, members of the council. For the record, Katie Latanich, council staff. I'll be giving a brief update on the council's Inflation Reduction Act funding for climate resilience and kind of where we are in that process and where we may go in the future. So as we indicated at the October meeting, the council's decision not to proceed with the programmatic evaluation means we need to make some adjustments to our work plan because the programmatic was one, though of course not the only vehicle for helping support our funding objectives. So today is mostly an informational update. We're about at the midpoint of our grant period, so it's a good time to take stock of what we've done so far, what's in progress, and what some future additional activities might be. This is also an opportunity, of course, for the council to weigh in if you have thoughts at this point on on some of the potential activities that we'll discuss in terms of next steps. I think it's helpful as a reminder too, just to remind the council that when we first were made aware of the IRA funding opportunity in 2023, the council had a discussion about how they wanted to craft their proposal. And it was the council's direction to build on current and existing council initiatives. So in other words, at the time, the council could have chosen to take on something entirely new or to build on existing work. And so the council's preference was to build on existing work. And so the work that we're going to walk you through in terms of what the council is working on now and future potential projects are all in line with that initial direction from the council. As I mentioned, the council could provide additional direction at this meeting, though you don't necessarily need to. This could also be an opportunity for you to weigh in on potential tasking for the ecosystem committee, which I think we'll circle back to after my couple of presentations. So again, we're at the midpoints of this grant period, which runs from 2024 through 2027. The council did receive the full amount of $2.6 million in IRA funding that we applied for from NMFS, and all of these funds must be spent by the end of 2027. And the council is making progress toward meeting each of our 3 grant objectives, which are number 1, to develop a climate resilient management policy. Number 2, continue work to integrate local knowledge and traditional knowledge. And number 3, to strengthen consideration of uncertainty and risk in harvest specifications. So as I mentioned, we've had to make some adaptations to our work plan along the way. That's kind of par for the course with a multi-year grant like this. Some of the circumstances we've had to navigate are the initial delay in receiving our funds, changes in the regulatory and funding environment, limitations and changes to NIMS and council capacity, and evolving council priorities, again, including the decision to take no further action on the programmatic evaluation. So all of these just describe the circumstances under which we're operating, and again, the need to kind of make adaptations to our work plan as we go. In the document we provided, there's this table 1, which is kind of a snapshot of each of those 3 objectives, as well as cross-objective activities that summarizes work that's been completed so far, work that's currently in progress, and additional potential activities. And I really want to emphasize here that these potential activities are just that. They're examples and staff suggestions for future directions that we could take to meet our funding objectives. They are not set in stone. They're just ideas to kind of start the discussion and give an indication of what we think we could do that would be in line with the council's initial direction and would continue to support our progress toward meeting those objectives. So I'll walk through this table in turn. So first, in terms of cross-objective activities, there are several things that staff are working on that help support all 3 of these IRA funding objectives and overall help enhance the council community's climate resilience planning work. The first of those is the establishment of a climate resilience work plan. This is going back to our December 2024 meeting. This is where you received the final report from the Climate Change Task Force and passed a motion establishing this climate resilience work plan that helps identify where we see opportunities to incorporate new and emergent climate science. And so you'll be receiving a more detailed update on that work plan in June of 26. We also, as discussed, proceeded with reconstituting the Ecosystem Committee with new terms of reference, tasking, and membership. And we announced membership, of course, at the October meeting. And finally, something we plan to focus more on in the next couple of years is development of outreach materials, especially plain language outreach materials that can help make some of this more technical work more accessible. I think this will be particularly important for Objective 3 and some of the work that we're doing to advance climate resilient harvest control rules, because that does get pretty technical. So now I'll walk through each of those 3 objectives and just say a bit about, again, what's in progress, what's been completed, and where we might go in the future. So Objective 1 is to develop a climate resilient management policy. As I've mentioned several times, this was originally supported by the programmatic evaluation. That's one, but of course not the only pathway for getting at this work. So now, as we've talked about, we will kind of revert to the existing schedule of groundfish management policy triennial reviews. I'm actually going to give a second presentation specifically on the work plan for this just in a bit. But as a reminder, these groundfish management policy reviews are not a new requirement. This is something the council has been doing for going on 20 years. It's a requirement that's built into the 2 groundfish FMPs as a way to support adaptive management. So kind of like the programmatic, again, these are totally separate actions, but they both do provide this opportunity to take a look at FMP guidance and make sure that it continues to serve the council's needs, communicate priorities, provide direction to staff, and provide meaningful and timely guidance. So as I'll talk about in just a few minutes in the second presentation, we think that this upcoming groundfish management review could be a chance to maybe consider a more cumulative, more comprehensive process that could help support Objectives 1 and 2. And maybe in contrast to previous reviews, which were a little bit more succinct, we could capture more of the council's recent work on climate resilience and incorporation of local knowledge and traditional knowledge. We did include some suggestions for additional activities, and to be clear, these are not things that the council would need to commit to or endorse at this point in time, though of course you're welcome to share feedback on your thoughts on these. One idea would be to hold kind of a capstone workshop so that we would both begin and end the IRA grant period with a public workshop. The idea is that this could be an opportunity to discuss progress and plan for next steps to sustain climate resilience planning beyond the IRA grant period and funding opportunity. One way of thinking about this is, as I mentioned earlier in my talk, when the IRA funding opportunity first became available, the council had a discussion about how they wanted to structure that. Did they want to do something new or build on existing work? And so this could be an opportunity to think about, what does that next era of climate resilience planning look like? It could also be a chance to build on the 2024 Climate Scenarios Workshop, implementation of the Climate Resilience Work Plan to date, and other work in support of IRA objectives. So we do have a lot of work lined up for the next 2 years, and so this could be a chance to reflect back on that. Another idea is that we could build on this idea of the groundfish management review process by applying or adapting a similar process to other FMPs, including the crab FMP. I think it would we would probably want to consider the optimal timing for this after we've completed the groundfish review. Again, the contrast between this approach and the programmatic evaluation is that the programmatic would have looked at potentially revising FMP guidance for all of the FMP simultaneously. And instead, we're taking this FMP by FMP approach. So just given constraints in staff capacity and timing, we can't take on all of these at the same time. But if the council finds that the approach we take for groundfish is useful and would like to adapt this to another FMP, that's something you could consider. The second objective is to continue work to integrate local knowledge and traditional knowledge. And so again, this is something that was originally supported by the programmatic evaluation. And just like with objective 1, this would have been one pathway, but it's certainly not the only pathway for doing this work. So work that's ongoing is, of course, through the Bering Sea chum, salmon bycatch action. Just to be very clear, this work was not driven in any way by IRA funding, but it does align with this goal or this objective of continuing work to integrate local and traditional knowledge. And so all of the work that went into this analysis can help inform practices for future analyses, which could, of course, vary in scope. The chum bycatch action is an example of a very detailed analysis. There could be examples of other size and scope. Staff will also continue to further develop local and traditional knowledge procedures and carry out other work informed by the protocol. In terms of next steps, I think this is an area where it's going to be helpful for staff to continue reporting back to the council on the opportunities that we find. One thing that we'd like to do that we haven't had the chance to do so far is continue communicating with the GOA Climb and CEFI, Changing Ecosystem and Fisheries Initiative leads, regarding opportunities. This is kind of, you can think of it as kind of a parallel with what we did to produce the climate resilience work plan, where we talked with the CEFI team leads to understand where there were forthcoming information products that they, could be integrated into the council process, so we can kind of do the work on our end to be receptive to those products when they become available. So that's something we would continue talking with them about. Another opportunity that was outlined in the IRA proposal was to potentially develop a process or guidance for incorporating local and traditional knowledge information into analyses for the Gulf of Alaska region. Now, as a reminder, the LKTK protocol was developed for the Bering Sea region and is specific to that region. So adapting or developing a protocol for the Gulf, it would be a pretty significant undertaking. It's important to emphasize that what made the LKTK protocol a successful process was the time and people and thought that went into that process. So that it's not a small lift. This is an area where further guidance from the council, whether it's today or at a future meeting, could be helpful for identifying specifically where you see gaps or opportunities, or where you want to see further work on incorporating local and traditional and subsistence information. So in addition to just doing more of this work, are there specific opportunities that you would like us to address? Okay, almost done here. So the last objective is objective 3, and this is to strengthen consideration of uncertainty and risk in harvest specifications. So this is an area where a lot of work is ongoing. Staff have been co-leading collaborative work with NMFS AFSC scientists to explore the question of whether alternative harvest control rules could perform better than the status quo under changing ecosystem conditions. So some of the key steps in this process, kind of behind the scenes, the GOA Climb and A-Climb teams have been developing the modeling capacity to explore the performance of different harvest control rules. And at the June SSD workshop, that was kind of an update on the work of the Climb teams and consideration of what some of those different alternative harvest control rules could look like. Now, coming out of that process, the SSC recommended a subset of HCRs for further consideration. They presented that to the council, and the council then requested that those be presented to the groundfish plan teams, or all of the groundfish and crab plan teams, in the fall of this year. And so staff did present that work to the joint groundfish plan teams, and I believe will present to the crab plan team early in 2026. So in terms of next steps, early in 2026, there will be an additional groundfish plan team workshop in January to continue thinking about some of the considerations as to when alternative harvest control rules could be invoked. For example, under what circumstances might you consider shifting to an alternative HCR and kind of building out that thought process. And the SSC will have a further discussion of this in February. And so all of this is leading up to a presentation back to the council in June of 2026, at which point the council can consider some next steps. So that's a lot of kind of process happening in the background, but we're happy to answer any questions about that. So that's it as far as my update. Again, this is just to give you an overview of what's in progress, what's been accomplished, and where we might go in the future. No action is necessary from the council if you feel that the activities we've outlined are sufficient to meet the goals in our proposal. Though you could choose to provide additional direction. You may want to task the ecosystem committee with further discussion of some of these topics that is kind of within scope of the council's original tasking for this committee. And of course, we'll be receptive to further direction at future meetings. So that's it, and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Latanich, for the presentation. I just wanted to confirm, because I could read that last slide a couple different ways, but if the council was silent on the additional activities, would staff start proceeding with those additional activities? Or do we need to be very explicit? Don't start those things until you get further direction from us or the ecosystem committee, whichever venue. I just want to make sure we know what we need to speak to.
Yes, through the chair, I think our intent would be to keep the conversation going with the council about these potential future activities. We would not do something, for example, like initiate planning for a workshop without further discussion with the council. The same for something, a big undertaking like a CRAB FMP review. So we would continue with the work that is in progress, but continue scoping out ideas, getting a sense of how much of a lift would be involved, and talking with those through with the council at further meetings.
And my second question is on the objective 2 on continuing work to integrate local and traditional knowledge. And I know this is all tied into the IRA grant and the grant period, but I just wanted to confirm that we have an existing protocol for incorporating LKTK and subsistence information into both our process and our amendment analyses. And we also approved a whole suite of on-ramps of things that we wanted to follow through, some of which were aspirational at the time and some of which we had commitments to do right now. So if we didn't make statements or identify additional things to do, it's not as if that work won't continue under the things that we approved 2 years ago. I just want to confirm that we don't need to identify new work in order to have that kind of foundational work continue through all of our process.
Yes, through the chair, Ms. Kimball, that's correct. So the protocol and the guidelines exist and are there to guide future staff analyses.
Ms. Kimball.
Just one more. And then I heard you clearly on the amount of work it would take on doing a different process document for incorporating local and traditional knowledge and subsistence into the analyses for the Gulf. Has a lot of thought been put into what that would take? Our protocol as it stands is very explicit right on the front. It says, yes, this was developed with, Bering Sea tribes and a Bering Sea task force, but it's a foundational document that could be used, same processes and protocols, to incorporate that type of information into analyses that affect the Gulf of Alaska or anywhere else that we have management actions. So I'm trying to get my hands around the big lift of doing that for the Gulf. I don't feel like personally we have the resources to do that, but I don't want it to appear as if we're not incorporating LKTKS information into Gulf analyses because we don't have a separate protocol for it. Do you have anything to comment on that?
Yes, thank you for the question, Ms. Kimball, through the chair. And Ms. Evans or Dr. Hoplow might want to add to this, but I think both are true that a great deal of what went into the protocol and the on-ramps as they exist. Now that we're aware of those considerations, they can and should and will guide future analyses. I think those who were involved in developing the protocol and the on-ramps the first time around would attest that the process and the relationship building and all of the work that went into that were really critical ingredients in making this a useful document. And it's hard to know how applying this work to the Gulf may be similar or different unless you actually went through that process. And probably to say more would be a little bit beyond my expertise, but I think both of those are true.
Okay, I'm not seeing any further questions. Thank you, Ms. Latonich.
Okay, Madam Chair, I think we can have Katie stay up there because the next part of our conversation is switching gears and looking ahead to the 3-meeting outlook, but one element of that is that specifically planning for the groundfish management policy review that Mr. Latonich referenced. And so she does have a short presentation just to describe kind of what our work plan is for that and the timing for bringing that back. I think that would be useful for the council to hear, just to get a sense of what the scope is that we intend or that we as staff would pursue, looking for direction from the council if you choose to provide that. But Ms. Latonich, do you want to walk through that first part?
Yes, thank you. And while we're getting the slides up again, for the record, Katie Latonich, council staff. And I'll be giving a brief overview of our proposed approach for developing the next iteration of the groundfish management policy review. And this would cover the period 2022 through 2025. At this point, we would plan to provide a review document to the council in June of 2026. Okay, and no action is necessarily required here. We just want to sketch out what we have in mind. So no actions are required if the council supports this approach, but of course, it's also an opportunity for further direction, questions, and feedback. And again, as with the IRA funding, this could also be an opportunity for the council to task the ecosystem committee with providing input on parts of this review process or the final product. So it's been several years since the last review is completed, so I'll start with a little bit of background. As I mentioned during my IRA presentation, groundfish management policy reviews are a very long-standing, self-imposed requirement that were established through the Bering Sea, Aleutian Islands, and Gulf of Alaska groundfish FMPs back in 2004 through the PSEIS. And the purpose was to support adaptive management and build in a mechanism through which the council could go back, look at that existing policy guidance and consider, is this still relevant? Does it still help provide useful guidance to staff and indication to the public of how we kind of weigh different goals and objectives? So these reviews are now completed every 3 years. This used to be an annual process, but that timing was revised in 2018 because a 3-year cycle aligns a little bit better with the lifespan of a typical council action. So they were done annually through about 2018, triennially moving forward. And so we've done one of those 3-year reviews so far. The most recent was completed in 2022 for the years 2019 through 2021. So this next review process would have been folded into the programmatic evaluation process. Again, these are separate actions, but they would have served similar purposes of providing a venue to look at FMP policy guidance. Again, since at the October 2025 meeting, the council elected to take no further action on the programmatic, it means we're going to revert back to that existing schedule of groundfish management policy reviews. And the council's motion provides guidance to that effect. So this review would focus on the groundfish FMPs, again, in contrast to the programmatic, which would have looked at FMP policy guidance for all FMPs simultaneously. This would just focus on the 2 groundfish FMPs, though the process could be adapted to other FMPs in the future. As a reminder, the groundfish management policy statement includes an overarching policy statement as well as 9 goals and 45 objectives. And I've just listed out those those goals in this slide. I want to briefly touch on the in-meeting groundfish programmatic work plan updates because these are kind of a building block for the review process. And some of you are very familiar with this. Others, members of the public, might not follow these updates as closely, but these work plans are a document that we provide at every council meeting, and it's a way for the council to track how work in support of the groundfish FMPs tracks or kind of maps back to these goals and objectives. So we provide a document that looks like this table at every meeting, and it provides a snapshot in time showing how the work that the council is currently doing aligns with the different goals and objectives. Now, when we do these triennial reviews, this is a more comprehensive process. So you can think of taking a similar approach to these in-meeting updates, but kind of backing out to look at a whole 3 years worth of work. So what we do is include an expanded summary of all of the council's work relative to goals and objectives, focusing on 3 years rather than just current and the current and previous meeting. It's also a way for us to include more information than just what's directly in support of the Groundfish FMPs. So for example, we can include more of the activities related to ecosystem-based management, as well as things like procedural changes, new information products, and other work that's not just kind of directly in scope of the Groundfish FMPs. So when the council looks at these policy review documents, there are typically 4 actions that you take, and this is pretty consistent from year to year. And those 4 action items are to review the policy, consider council actions relative to the policy, consider whether any modifications to the management goals or objectives might be needed, and consider any additional council actions that could be needed to better fulfill the management policy. And a helpful way to think about this, and this may be helpful to the public as well, is that this is a process requirement. So with the programmatic evaluation, based on the council's purpose need, we kind of set out, or we did set out with the expectation that revisions to goals and objectives would be likely. With this is more of a commitment to a thorough review process and does not presuppose that any changes would be made to FMP policy guidance as a result. If the council did want to make any changes to FMP goals and objectives, this would require an amendment. So for this upcoming review, staff have outlined some ideas for taking a more cumulative approach, and there are a few reasons why we think that could be appropriate. One is that it's been 20 years since the groundfish management policy was adopted. And so over that period, there have been some pretty significant changes in technology and policy and just how the groundfish fisheries are managed. And it could be helpful to take a kind of a longer view of that body of work and just note some of those major changes that have occurred. Taking this approach would also be a way to support our IRA funding objectives, especially for climate resilience. And this could also be an opportunity to look at FMP policy guidance in a broader context than we typically do. So the council has what you could think of as a broader ecosystem of policy guidance that includes what's specifically in kind of contained within fishery management plans, but also includes things like the ecosystem policy, the climate resilience work plan, the Bering Sea Fishery Ecosystem Plan goals and objectives, the local and traditional knowledge protocol, and there are other examples too. So even though not everything the council considers a priority or considers as direction is contained within the FMPs, there is this kind of larger body of policy guidance, and all of that collectively helps shape the council's direction. So just to be really clear, we would not be reviewing progress toward meeting all of those different examples of policy guidance, but more like considering FMP guidance in context. So there are 4 things we would propose doing to take this more cumulative approach, so I'll walk through those in turn. The first, and this is a relatively light lift, but this would be to develop an updated chronology of council actions and activities by goal area from 2004 to present. This would just be continuing the practice of past review processes and updating existing information. So we do have a pretty comprehensive list of council actions relative to goals and objectives contained in other documents. So we would just be updating this to consider the last few years of work. The second approach would also be in line with past reviews. I'm not expecting you to be able to read this table, but this is just a snapshot of the table that's included in the review document for the 2019 through 2021 review. So this shows all of the council's actions relative to all of the goals and objectives, and it's all consolidated into about a 3-page table. So it's a pretty important and succinct work product. And so for consistency with past reviews, we would continue to do this. And this just shows you how if you look kind of in more closely at one of those goal areas, what we try to do is align or show how the council's work aligns with specific goals and objectives. This is just an example from ecosystem work. Something that's new to this review process is we would propose complementing this table with more of a narrative approach. So if you look at these tables, this is a ton of information distilled into a pretty concise table, and it's useful, but it also presumes a lot of knowledge of how the groundfish fisheries operate. So it could be useful to pair this with something that's a bit more of a descriptive approach. So this would complement the goals, the tables and the appendices in the document. And it would also, I think, help enable others to participate in this discussion kind of at a strategic level of how we use FMP policy guidance. I want to emphasize that this would be concise. We're not looking to write an encyclopedia on groundfish management because we have other documents that do that, but just briefly capture what, why, and how actions relate back to goals and objectives. And we could do this using council language from motions, newsletters, and purpose and need statements. There are a few things I would propose we do as part of this narrative approach. One is to include issues and council actions during the review period that were considered but not pursued or resulted in no further action. This isn't something we typically do, but I would propose that this is also valuable information to consider relative to goals and objectives because, for one thing, it represents a lot of council work and documentation that we often look back to for institutional knowledge. And it also is part of how the council considers and weighs different goals and objectives. Just a few examples during this review period would be the programmatic evaluation, the Bristol Bay Red King crab closure areas, and discussions around potential Gulf of Alaska FEP scoping. Another thought is we could include some, just selected, not a ton, examples of work prior to the review period to help illustrate change or provide context for why some of these objectives were originally written the way they were. A lot's changed since 2004. Again, this would not be comprehensive. I don't think anybody wants to review a lengthy document, but we could provide a little bit more institutional history. One good example is Objective 41, to increase the quality of monitoring enforcement data through improved technology. This is something that was written before electronic monitoring was very widespread or operational. So it could just be helpful to capture that this is something really significant that's changed that could both help the council assess progress toward meeting your goals and objectives and also reflect on the way that goals and objectives are written and whether they continue to be relevant. And finally, I think it would be helpful to include references to other council work products. To be clear, with this review document, the role of council staff is to compile information to help you consider the relevance of council FMP policy guidance and how you, and to consider how well you think we've achieved those goals and objectives. But the document we're preparing is not an assessment or an evaluation. So again, we're providing information. We are not making any sort of an evaluation or determination. But there are other council work products that have helped identify areas where the council or other bodies tasked with doing so have identified gaps, opportunities, needs, or potential future steps. And examples include the Climate Readiness Synthesis, the Climate Resilience Work Plan, Community Engagement Committee recommendations, LKTKS protocol, and I'm sure there are others too. So what we could do is just incorporate by reference areas where other groups so tasked by the council have identified ongoing gaps, opportunities, and needs. And finally, last step here is I would suggest we provide an additional short section on climate resilience planning. One reason is that climate is not explicitly identified in any of the Groundfish FMP goals and objectives. And it's also a little bit tricky because this work spans multiple goal areas. And in just thinking about how you would structure this review document, there are different elements of climate resilience planning that you'd probably bucket under different goal areas. So for example, the harvest control rule work is most relevant to goal 1 of preventing overfishing, where some of the work falls under goal 3 of ecosystems or goal 8 related to Alaska Native consultation. So what we would just aim to do is kind of tell this story in a single place rather than kind of dividing it up among multiple goal areas, just to tell a more complete story. So that's it. Again, this document what we're proposing would include these 4 steps. 2 of them are in line with past reviews and would be a pretty light lift. 2 of them would be a little bit more of a lift and would aim to support a more robust discussion in June. So in June, the council would do those typical 4 review tasks where you review the policy, review council actions in support of it, and consider changes and further actions. And as well, with this more cumulative process, it could be a chance to consider whether the council's existing policy guidance, including FMP goals and objectives, as well as everything else, things like the ecosystem policy, FEP goals and objectives, and those other examples I mentioned, continue to do the work that you want them to do. So communicating council values and priorities, providing guidance to analytical staff, and providing transparency, including to the public, about how the council considers information and trade-offs in your management recommendations. So that's it, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. And Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a couple of questions on, let's maybe start with slide 16. And I see what you're trying to get at there to try to give some context for when these were put in place. And it almost seems like a note that this one could be modified. I guess that's what I'm thinking of, is I thought going through this process would be an opportunity for the council with public input to modify any goals. Those are pretty overarching, or any objectives, including those that might be less relevant now, either because the circumstances have changed or because we've done that work. And so I guess I want to hear if what you're thinking is there. Are you thinking we would be modifying some objectives based on work we've done in the past as we look forward, or are we just caveating our existing objectives to show what work has been done? If you can, do you see what I'm saying?
Yes, thank you, Ms. Kimball, through the chair. I understand what you're saying. I think in identifying examples of where there's context for how things have changed, you are probably kind of pointing to some of those objectives that the council may want to consider modifying, though we also want to be cognizant that we are not trying to make recommendations about which ones could be outdated or in need of updating. So we would kind of try to strike the right balance of identifying where things have changed substantially and it's helpful to provide more context, but also recognizing that it's up to the council and the public to weigh in on where you think those goals and objectives may be in need of updating or changing.
Okay, thank you for that. And then on the, through the chair, on the narrative profiles, slide 14, you're proposing, instead of just the tables, some concise profiles for each of the 9 goal areas. And I definitely support using council language to try to get to that. But I also thought part of this whole process was to try to put, and maybe this is back to IRA funding, put things in plain language. And we don't do that very well sometimes. And I wondered if you thought about the value of a narrative profile. To me, may be stronger if it's just plain language. This is what the council was trying to do, instead of all of the purpose and need and all of that language. I just think this could be a tool that somebody could use and understand what we're doing a little bit better than our formal regulatory language. Have you thought about that?
Yes, through the chair, Ms. Kimball. I have thought about that a lot, because if you are not familiar with some of the shorthands that we use to refer to management tools in this fishery, it's really hard. I think our council newsletters are probably the best source I've found for trying to translate some of this pretty, technical work into something that's more accessible to the public. I think we would try to find the right balance of using the council's existing language, because it does get tricky when you try to paraphrase what and why the council did something. So that's kind of a good practice, is to fall back on their initial language and intent. So I would probably, of all the sources I've looked at things like action memos, council purpose and need statements, analytical documents, and newsletters. And I think newsletters are probably the best source for trying to both write this in plain language, but draw on existing resources.
And thank you. And I just have one more, and this is a serious question, but do you have kind of a target page limit that you're looking for? I think part of the accessibility of this document would be if it still stays fairly concise, and it's hard to gauge how much we're adding and how much work that is. I realize the draft is, the target schedule right now is for June, so that's not too far away, but are you thinking of this as a big document like the programmatic, or are you thinking of this as something fairly concise for public consumption?
Yes, through the chair, Ms. Kimball, absolutely. So when I was, I did a little bit of pre-thinking on this and tried to sketch out what some of these profiles would look like. And I think they would be different by goal area, just because we're talking about very different kinds of work. And some of these goals get it, kind of in the weeds management changes, where others are much broader. I think like 3 to 5 pages would be a good target for this. I think much more than that, and you're not providing something that's very useful for conversation.
Thank you. And my last one is that you had mentioned this was a self-imposed requirement, that this is not MSA required that we do this. We've put this in our own FMPs to say we want to use this as a way to check on our work, basically, and be adaptive by reviewing what we've done. But are other councils doing this as well? Has anyone else created this self-imposed requirement for themselves?
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, other councils have done broader management review processes. I don't know if anyone has gone FMP by FMP, but I know, for example, the New England Council did a kind of a council program review several years ago that looked at council operations and guidance more broadly. And I know that several councils through their IRA funding are looking at opportunities to streamline and improve council processes. And so that's kind of another method of self-reflection. But I don't know if other councils have specifically done this process of looking comprehensively back at goals and objectives on a routine basis. To add to that, some councils, I know the Mid-Atlantic has gone back and updated their FMP guidance for several of their fisheries like summer flounder and I think scup and black sea bass and a few others, but they did not do that every year. It was more like more of a case where we adopted policy language and say that 1980s when these FMPs were developed, so let's go and update these. So, sorry, shorter answer. I don't know if if there are examples of other councils that do this as frequently as the North Pacific does.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, Ms. Goen.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Ms. Latanche, for the presentation. My question's following up on Ms. Kimball's question, recognizing this is a self-imposed requirement. Do we do these policy reviews across all our FMPs or only for groundfish? And depending on your answer, if you could explain why.
Sure, Ms. Going through the chair. So this requirement is only built into the groundfish FMP. And that is, others can maybe add to the institutional history piece of this since I wasn't staff in 2004 when this was developed. But at the time, the council chose to build that requirement into the overarching management policy statement to kind of, I guess, provide that guidance to future councils. That just doesn't exist for the policy language associated with other FMPs. And I can't really speak to why it just isn't.
Okay, I'm not seeing any other questions. I appreciate the presentation, Ms. Latanich.
All right, thank you for that. And the final piece of the staff tasking, thanks for bearing with us with this longer presentations today, but kind of a lot to include in this agenda item. We do have posted a new 3-meeting outlook as we generally do. So this is the during meeting version, which I think is at the bottom of the e-agenda. If you're looking at that, we do have it here, although I know it's small, so you'll see it better if you look at it on your own screen. The next 3 meetings are the February meeting is upcoming, and then June and October, because we do not have an April meeting, because we moved our April meeting forward to have it in February instead, to better accommodate timing for particular agenda items. So just want to point out a couple things with respect to the February meeting. The majority of the council time will be spent on the chum, salmon, bycatch final action agenda item. That's where you have scheduled most of your agenda time. As we talked about in B reports, the draft EIS, which is the basis of that final action, the analysis for that is published and the comment period is open through National Marine Fisheries Service for that. As you heard in B reports, any comments that are submitted through the NMFS portal on the draft EIS will also be made available to you. So you'll be able to see those comments directly in their full form, but National Marine Fisheries Service has also identified that they intend to produce some version of a comment summary so that those National Marine Fisheries Service received comments are also summarized for you. In addition, we also will have our own council comment open on our e-agenda, as we always do for every meeting. So there are many opportunities to comment. We'll make sure we open the e-agenda and post that material for the February meeting soon after December, again, as is our typical process. The other agenda item for the council In February is Cook Inlet salmon harvest specifications. The SSC will be spending a fair amount of time on that as they go through those harvest specifications. The SSC also has a couple of other agenda items on their agenda because they won't be taking up chum because they don't generally see things at final action, and they provided their comments to you on the initial review draft. So the SSC, as you heard from Ms. Latanich, will be getting a presentation on the harvest control rule adjustments and those plan team reports and the workshop that Dr. Stram is organizing. They will also be looking at the EFH 5-year review work plan that you reviewed at this meeting and looking at that from the science perspective and the information available and the methodology available to bring that review back to you. And we also have scheduled, highlighted, updated here that as we have it listed here as part of the AFSC report, but just noting that you requested a Gulf Pequod assessment evaluation, so information coming back from that, which from the AFSC, as well as implementation and other information coming back from the agency perspective, the Alaska Regional Office perspective and council staff perspective as well. Moving ahead to June, we have a pretty full June agenda. We're meeting in Vancouver, Washington, close to Portland. And there were a number of items that from last June that you had highlighted to come back. We had originally thought at the April meeting, but these are now moved to the June meeting. So a lot of your updated information on pelagic trawl bottom contact research, crab and pelagic research, foot rope research, and then potential next steps. With respect to that, we have our normal June agenda items looking at crab specifications, scallop specifications, the Observer annual report. We have an initial review scheduled for Gulf Tanner crab protections and a discussion paper on CQE IFQ adjustments. And then this is new to this version of the agenda, the follow-up on the executive order of restoring American seafood competitiveness. You should have a summary of comments from the National Marine Fisheries Service at that point. I think there were approximately 700 comments submitted during that comment period. And there might be more given that the comment period was extended. So we will receive at some point information from the agency as to those comments that pertain to us in Alaska, in the North Pacific, and have an opportunity to review those and also to talk about the work plan from the information that you had identified as your council priorities. So we'll bring you information back on that, as well as some of the information that Ms. Latanich talked about already. I think that's the majority of items scheduled for the June meeting. And then the next meeting will be in October, and I think that's when you'll start to see perhaps some actions that you had highlighted as priorities under that executive order. You'll start to see analyses coming forward for initial review at that time. So, Madam Chair, that's all I have to highlight for the staff tasking agenda item and presentations, and happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Evans. See if there are any. Yep, Ms. Vanderhoeven.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Evans. My question is on the 3-meeting outlook. I'm trying to figure out regarding the Cook Inlet tribal fishery and what to anticipate, the difference between, I guess, the NIMS report listed for February versus the discussion paper that's still in the batter's box.
Through the chair, Ms. Vanderhoeven, we had conversations with Mr. Curlin's staff at this meeting, and I think that certainly the furlough of his staff, has affected the timeline of preparing that discussion paper. I think the commitment that I heard from Mr. Curlin's staff is that they will provide you what information they've been able to gather in the conversations that they have been having with those stakeholders in February, because that is the time when you're thinking of Cook Inlet specifications. They want to make sure that you have that information available as much as possible. But I don't think it's the scope of kind of a resolution in the discussion paper as to, kind of being able to take action to actually initiate something going forward from that. I don't think we'll be at the stage that will be ready for you in February.
Yes, Ms. Goen.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Ms. Evans, for the update here on the 3-meeting outlook. My question is on the June council meeting. And recall at the last June council meeting, we got a crab research update from the Bering Sea Fisheries Research Foundation, ADF&G, and NOAA Fisheries. And that information under that B report also helped informed what we heard today in B9, or not today, this week in B9 on pelagic trawl avoidance of red king crab. So I was thinking our expectation is that we would get another update in June under B reports on crab research, since we've got a lot of new research coming online. But I also see that it's under the groundfish management section as crab and pelagic trawl foot rope research. So I'm wondering if the agencies would report under that agenda item or if we'd be expecting it under the B reports.
Through the chair, Ms. Goen, I haven't had specific conversations with the PIs of those projects to see exactly what the timing is for that research coming back. I can certainly do that between now and the June council meeting and find out what the appropriate kind of where that research is and the appropriate timing for reporting back to the council. I know that you had expressed, you as council had expressed interest in that, and continuing to get those updates and see where it seems to be the most appropriate time. But if that report is ready at that time and it's the council's interest to get it, we can certainly add that to the agenda.
Yes, Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Evans, for walking through the 3-meeting outlook. My question is about the February meeting, and I'm sorry if we covered this already. I'm thinking about the SSC's agenda and our previous discussions about the fairly significant amount of time we anticipate the Cook Inlet salmon harvest specifications taking. For the SSC, you mentioned the update, I believe, on the harvest control rule adjustments, but if I'm remembering back to our B reports, I think we also received a request from the SSC to sort of go forward or approve the Alaska Fisheries Science Center SSC working group, if I'm using the right terms, to discuss survey and stock assessment, mostly stock assessment prioritization as I understand it, and come back with a recommendation to the SSC. And so I'm wondering about time available in February for the SSC. That sounded like a new and tremendously important agenda item for them to take up in February. And I'm just wondering, with the total amount of time they have, if you've been able to give any thought about how we're going to fit all that stuff in.
Through the chair, Ms. Baker, yes, we have thought a little bit about the SSC agenda. So if you think that the SSC generally plans for about 2.5 days, I think there is space on the agenda. And if you look at the preliminary February agenda that's posted, we do have a space reserved for an AFSC report, similar to the report Dr. Foy gave at this meeting. The original intention had been for him to give that to the SSC as well. I think that at this meeting, we've heard an expansion of that in terms of the interest in having an SSC AFSC internal working group looking ahead to the 2026 specifications process. And assuming that we hear from the council that you're interested in supporting that work and the SSC agenda and time for that at the February meeting, I think there is room on their schedule to accommodate that agenda item in addition to the items that they have already scheduled. I think that as necessary, we will, I think the harvest control rule adjustment, I think the SSC could probably spend a day talking about that, or they could spend a shorter amount of time talking about that, depending on what other issues are on the agenda. And I think we'll scope that accordingly.
Thank you. Any other questions? Thank you, Ms. Evans. So that brings us into our AP report, I believe. And I'll ask any members of the public wishing to testify on staff tasking, please sign up before the end of the AP report. We'll be closing the sign up time period at that point. We have Ms. Riddell here. Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the council. For the record, my name is Kelsi Riddell, Vice Chair of the Advisory Panel, and I'm here to give the AP's final report on staff tasking. We have 2 motions. The first motion reads, the AP requests the council initiate a discussion paper of charter halibut permit use and the effects of CHLAP on effort and harvest measures. Discussion paper should include data for each permit type, transferable, non-transferable, CQE, and military permits, and for each area 2C and 3A. The discussion paper should include the following and may include additional information analysts find noteworthy. 1, trends in annual renewal and retirement. 2, trends in ownership, transfer, and lease transfer. 3, issuance of CQE CHP to non-active CQE entities. 4, a description of the extent to which businesses exceed CHP caps through lease transfer. 5, trends in CHP activity in terms of both trip counts and angler days. Include a description of any relationship between trends in angler days and non-transferable CHP use. Six, holding constant the most recent FCEY average weight and HPU, project the maximum effort level, allowing for the following harvest measures. 2C, U45 080 reverse slot with no additional harvest measures, 1 fish of any size with no additional harvest measures, 2 fish of any size with no additional harvest measures, 3A, 1 fish of any size and a second fish of 28 inches, close Wednesdays, and a 1 trip daily limit. 1 fish of any size and a second fish of 32 inches with no additional harvest measures. 2 fish of any size with no additional harvest measures. 7, holding constant the most recent FCEY average weight, HPUE, and angler effort, project the maximum harvest measures available assuming full RQE pools for 2C user reverse slot table. For 3A, in order increase size of the second fish up to 32 inches, open up days of the week, repeal the 1 trip daily limit. The amendment passed 18-0 and the amended main motion passed 18-0.
Thank you, Ms. Riddell. I'll see if there are any questions. Yes, Mr. Ritchie.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Riddell, for the report. I guess I'm looking at number 7 and just wondering if you could speak to any of the rationale provided for including that information, giving full RQE pools.
I cannot speak to it other than that I believe it was also captured in the charter halibut management committees, and it seemed like they were carrying forward based on concerns in the fishery.
Thank you. And Ms. Vanderhoven?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Riddell. I just want to make sure that I'm understanding correctly. The language in bold was the amendment. I'm just trying to clarify since I didn't see rationale for or just to make sure that I was tracking that correctly.
Yes, through the chair, yes, Ms. Vanderhoven. So yes, number 3, the issuance of CQE, CHP to non-active CQE entities. That was the amendment. The last bullet of rationale covers that, but essentially communities are receiving CQE and some don't even know that they are. And then the way it was explained at the AP table was that some entities don't even formally exist and are still getting that. And this is a long-standing problem. The AP has actually discussed it before. And RAM is also aware, but just hasn't had direction to actually do something about it. So the amendment was made to include that additional request since it seemed to fit in line with the other components of the review. Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Mr. Williams?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Dell, for your report. I'm looking at the items 1 through 5 there, and I'm certainly not totally familiar with all the sources of information, but it seems as though there's a lot of stuff there. Did you guys have any discussions about, is all that information readily available and can be obtained to do the kind of analysis that I see you describe?
Thank you. Through the chair. Yes, Mr. Williams, that's a good question. Yes, it was the AP's understanding that this is available. It was really just that the charter halibut doesn't have a scheduled program review, but these are items that, to the AP's understanding, would be included, and they're just simply requesting that review since this is one of our only council programs that doesn't have one.
Thank you. And Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Williams' question largely got to mine, but I wanted to pick up on that last point, Ms. Riddell, that you made. And so that was my second question, is just to clarify, this does really, the AP's recommendation really does appear to be a data request. And rather, there are no potential management actions that you're asking to be explored in this discussion paper. Am I understanding that correctly?
Yes, through the chair. Yes, Ms. Baker, that's correct. At this time, they're not asking for any specific management actions. It's really just to bring back data, do a program review like we do for other items based on concerns that I think a lot of which you heard in public testimony during Charter Halibut, and you may hear more in staff tasking. So there's just a lot of things going on in the fisheries and then with halibut low abundance. So they wanted this review to see how things are changing in the fishery, to see if maybe there are potential management measures that would need to change in the future, but they don't have that concrete information.
Thank you. Any other? Yes, Ms. Kimball.
Well, based on that, thank you, Madam Chair. I just need to ask again, what would be required of staff? Because a program review usually does, I mean, not usually does, it always does look back at the purpose and need and try to determine the effectiveness of the program over time in meeting the purpose and need and any explicit objectives. But just because you use the words of measuring effectiveness of the program across time and the rationale, with Ms. Baker's question, that's not really what you're asking for. You're asking for a data run, trends and things like that, not the analyst's ideas or recommendations or, I guess, evaluation of whether the program is meeting the intent. So it's one or the other, and I just need to hear clearly which one it is.
Thank you, through the chair. Thank you, Ms. Kimball, for that question. I don't know that the AP fully teased out that nuance. I believe it was data first, and sort of the data that is used in a program review, but I don't know that we fully discussed the nuance of that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Riddell. I think we're ready to move on to the second motion.
Thank you, through the chair. The second motion reads, the AP recommends the council bring together representatives from the following agencies: IPHC, ADF&G, NOAA, NIMS, and a legislative representative or their staff from Southeast Alaska to address the issues of the growing unguided sportfish sector halibut take. The council could consider to focus solely on Area 2C or both areas 2C and 3A in the event this issue grows across the entire sector. The motion passed 17-0.
Okay. Thank you. Any questions on the motion? Yes, Mr. Ritchie.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Riddell. I'm looking at, we've heard a lot of testimony about unguided rental boats, and I guess I'm wondering if the intent of this is to look into more the rental boat issue, or if it's just growth in the unguided sector. So I'm just a little confused there, since the language seems like it doesn't provide too much direction there, unless it's to look at both.
Thank you, through the chair. Thanks, Mr. Ritchie, for the question. It's my understanding that it's to look at both, just the larger unguided issue, obviously including rental boats as well.
Thank you. Any other questions on the motion? Yes, Mr. Curlin.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Ms. Riddell, I don't know if you heard Representative Himschoot and her intention for this. Sounds like you did. So is your perception that this is moot, that this is overtaken by her desire to convene a group to do this?
Mr. Curlin, I really appreciate the question. I think I was really contemplating the same thing, but I think it's outside of the scope of the
That's fair,
AP
Madam
discussion. Thanks.
Thanks.
Thanks, Ms. Riddell. Yes, Ms. Kimball.
Ms. Riddell, did Did the AP have the benefit of the testimony that we received about the state convening something very similar to this?
Thank you through the chair. No, the AP did not hear from Representative Himshu. Her name was brought up at the table and it was discussed in the AP that she could because AP members have had conversations with her about this issue. But we did not have that testimony.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, any further questions? Okay. Thank you, Ms. Riddell. Okay, so before we take a mid-morning break, I'll just open up the floor briefly to council members who would like to flag anything other than what we've heard today in presentations, anything they may want to circle back from on staff tasking or hear from the public specifically on beyond what we've addressed already this morning. Yes, Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a reminder from our discussion on the first day of the council meeting and B reports, I did express my interest at that time in potentially providing a request to the Bering Sea Pollock industry representatives to report back on the proposed dynamic spatial measures that they outlined for us in B reports. And I just wanted to flag that.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. Ms. Vanderhoven.
I guess it's almost a question if we need to flag or have any further discussion on the internal work group Ms. Baker brought up in regarding the SSC's February schedule for stock prioritization. I don't know if we need to do anything further with that.
Thank you, Ms. Vanderhoven. I think after public testimony, we can circle back on that and yeah, just have a brief conversation about whether or not the council endorses that approach. Ms. Goen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just flagging that under both the crab items, arbitration and sea shares, we heard some ideas for future things the council might consider. So I'll just be listening to see if I hear anything on those.
Thank you, Ms. Goen. Anything else? Okay. So let's come back at 10:30 and we will start public testimony at that time. Thank you. Council members, please come back to order. Welcome back, everyone. So we're ready to begin our public testimony on staff tasking. We have 17 members of the public signed up. As a reminder, individuals and companies will have 3 minutes. Associations and organizations, 6 minutes. We'll begin with Ayla Knodel, followed by Donald Stiles. Is Ayla in the room? Okay. Can you please unmute yourself?
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Good morning.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the council. My name is Ayla Knodel, and I'm a student at the University of Southeast Alaska, pursuing a degree in fisheries. I am Tsimshian, being raised in Nome, Alaska, and I carry a deep passion for our fisheries and the long-term sustainability of our aquatic resources. Today, I stand before you to advocate for the inclusion of a youth representative seat on this board, even if it begins as a non-voting position. I actively participate in the fishery as a crabber during the summer, working aboard a family friend's boat. Because of this experience, I am closely connected to the day-to-day realities, challenges, and opportunities within the Alaska fisheries. I also grew up practicing subsistence hunting and fishing, which had taught me early on to respect our land and water and the responsibility that comes with relying on them. Adding a youth representative to this council could bring fresh, innovative perspectives to the table, opening lines of communication between generations. It's crucial that we include young voices in discussions about the future of our fisheries. After all, we are the ones who will be navigating these waters in the years to come, and we have a lot to say. This issue hits home for me as I have friends and colleagues who may be sitting on this council one day. It's essential that we create opportunities for our generation to engage in meaningful discussions together. With that being said, together we can advocate for sustainable practices and preserve the resources that have supported our families and communities for generations. I respectfully urge you to consider the positive impact of having a youth representative seat to this council. Our voices matter, and they carry the hopes and concerns of future generations. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much for your testimony. I'll see if there are any questions. Yes, Mr. Sakata.
Yes, thank you. And through the chair, thank you for your testimony, Ms. Knodel. I was wondering if you could help me understand, define youth for me. Like what ranges of age would you be considering?
I'm sorry, you just cut out there, but I believe the question was, what is the range for youth? Age?
Yes. Yes, please.
Thank you. I'm hoping that we can look at ages, 18 to 25 is usually range for other councils/boards. I guess that I could leave that up for you guys to decide and what youth ranges you guys would feel comfortable with.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other questions? Yes, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. I'll try to make it a question. Thank you, Ayla, for your testimony. I think you're aware, even through your class now, that the membership of the councils is dictated by federal law, by the Magnuson-Stevens Act, but there may be other opportunities for youth participation that are more formal, like on some of our committees, committee process, or even in some of our other more formal advisory panel roles. Do you think, since we don't have the latitude to change council membership, that those might still be of interest to youth participants?
Thank you. I'm really sorry, but the audio keeps cutting out and I only heard the last portion.
I can try one more time through the chair. Since the council can't dictate membership on the council, that's done through federal law, I was thinking maybe there might be other opportunities that are formal participation, like on council committees or task forces or an advisory panel, where And I was wondering if you thought youth participation in those forums that we do have control over might also be something you'd be interested in.
Thank you. Yes, I think that's a great idea.
Thank you for participating today. Really appreciate it.
Thank you, and really appreciate your testimony. I'm not seeing any other questions, and thank you for attending some of our meeting this week. I saw you in the audience, so looking forward to seeing more of you. Our next, so I'm going, we have a request from a member of the public who has a conflict, so we'll take Forrest Braden next, and then we'll go back to Donald Stiles. Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the council, thank you for letting me bump up on the list. I'm Forrest Braden, testifying for Southeast Alaska Guides Organization. We want to signal our strong support this morning for two of the motions, one which came out of the Charter Halibut Management Committee, the other almost duplicate out of the advisory panel that requests that the council initiate a discussion paper on current participation in the Charter Halibut Management or Charter Halibut Permit Program. And also trends in permit use. Just to summarize from those, you did hear it run down by the AP, but both motions look at trends in annual renewal and retirement, trends in ownership and lease transfer, trends in permit activity, and a general evaluation of how the program performs in aligning effort with various levels of harvest measures. The program, the program's been running for about 15 years now, and it integrates with the capturing plan. It integrates with the recreational quota entity. Those are both implemented after the limited access program. We think it'd be informative for this council and to industry to capture the recent footprint of the program as compared with earlier in the program. NOAA's compliance guide has a statement that I'd like to bring forward. It says this program provides stability in the fishery by limiting the number of charter vessels that may participate in areas 2C and 3A and decreasing the overall number of available of CHPs over time. And I'd like to point out that participation is also governed not just by limiting the number of charter halibut permits that are issued, but also how CHPs are used, allowed provisions. We believe this is good timing for examining what direction participation and activity in this program is taken. It's the first, to my knowledge, it's the first recreational limited access program that the council's embarked on. And we encourage you to take this forward. It stops short of a full scale review, which could be something that the council would consider in the future. But I think we think it'll provide some insight on program performance and needs without a full scale review. So again, thank you for your time and open to any questions if you have any.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions? Thank you. So our next testifier is Donald Stiles, followed by James Kearns. Is Donald online? We're not seeing him yet. Okay, we'll circle back. James Kearns, followed by Peter Lockuk.
Hello, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. Yeah, Madam Chair and members of the commission, I'm grateful for the opportunity to testify. I think you're pretty familiar with what I usually see, and I have a big long written thing, but I don't know if I have time to just read it. So I'm just going to cut to the chase like my wife says to do. And that is, I've proposed that as a body that we look at having different allocations for different parts of the fishery. So commercial fishing is one entity. They should have an allocation. Of course, they do. In fact, they're the only one that does have one now. And recreational fishermen should have a separate allocation from commercial fisheries since they aren't commercial fishermen, even though they might be transported by a person who has a license to carry passengers for hire. That doesn't make them commercial fishermen. And so they need to be part of a recreational allocation. And then, of course, the subsistence allocation that's important for people that are using the resources to feed their families and provide for their living that way. So I'm really encouraging y'all to come up with a way, and I have lots of ideas for it, but where we can put the recreational fishermen, whether they're guided or unguided, doesn't really make a difference. They should be treated the same because it's a federally managed fishery. And if it was state managed, then we would say resident, non-resident, but we can't do that. So we need an allocation for recreational fishermen, guided and unguided. And then we can manage that allocation, whatever it ends up being, in a way that will provide for the opportunities for recreational fishermen. And knowing that that it's just such a different entity, it just has to have its own definite allocation. And I think by doing so, by making the rule the same for every group in every type of recreational fisherman, then we would solve the issue of the unguided rental boats, because they would be treated as recreational fishermen, and then we have to just keep it within the allocation for everybody. And so I think that's what we need to do. And if you have any questions, I'll be glad to do it. And then, of course, you'll read my stuff again in your next meeting because it'll be there again. So thank you so much for listening. Hope we can figure this out.
Thank you very much for your testimony, Mr. Kearns. I'll see if there are any questions. Yes, Mr. Ritchie.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Kearns, for your comment, also for your comments at the Charter Management Committee. Just a point of clarification, maybe for the public and those who haven't heard your comments before. This is in regards to the council's management recommendations of Pacific halibut.
That is correct. Yes, sir. Thank you. Through the chair.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay. Seeing none, our next testifier is Peter Lockuk, followed by Mickey Sharp. Sorry.
I am from Togiak, which is 67 air miles from Dillingham. I am a QWC walrus hunt captain. I am here to justify our need to protect our natural resources we have in Bristol Bay, Togiak area. I have lived all my life in Bristol Bay and will continue to do so throughout the future. Our need to protect what we subsist on has been passed on to us by our forefathers. One is walrus haulout, Round Island, and other resources we need protection of. For time I was growing up, we had never had issues we now have. We would have countless walrus hauled out in both fall and spring season. Since this time of change, we see more traffic by large ships, trawlers, and others we see now that are participating. We need protection for bottom of our ocean, protection because our resources feed from the bottom of the ocean floor. In the spring season, we have herring, followed by halibut, salmon, and others that come to feed in our area because it is used as a hatchery for all marine mammals and other resources that come by. We also have migratory birds and other animals that come to our area to feed and breed. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. I'll see if there are any questions. Seeing none, thank you for joining us this morning.
Thank you.
Mickey Sharp is next, followed by Frank Woods.
Madam Chair, ladies and gentlemen, Mickey Sharp from Twin Hills. I live a couple miles across Togiak. Every, far as I know, is every spring, I know that trawlers would show up right behind Round Island. Not, I don't know how far, many, like probably 40, but anywhere like 6 fleets or so. And this is right before our salmon season. You know, I'm a Bristol Bay drift fisherman for like 4 decades, and I've been seeing well actually my cannery, they would let us know about what do they call that, the prediction of the fish that were coming to our bay. And a lot of times we'd be expecting that fish to be showing up, but lately over the years the fish wouldn't be showing up, and we wouldn't be catching our catch. And I believe that it's intercepted by the trawlers out that way, because the fish that they come from that area. And also Togiak Bay Round Island sanctuary area, I have heard about, you know, loud disturbances around behind Round Island area a few years ago. And last year's subsistence hunt was only 1 walrus on the beach. I know for the fact, a few years ago, there would be at least near 100 or more for the subsistence hunts. My only concern is the loud noise during the spring and summertime from the trawlers. Over decades of viewing coasts, seeing many dead, washed up walrus and many whales in Togiak Bay. My concern is walrus and whales aren't getting the food they are getting, and many disturbances from the trawlers and the bottom ocean floor. Everything is being caught and many bycatch. What will it take for the cycle to stop? The world knows that trawling wipes out wildlife system. And that's all I have to say for now.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Mr. Mueller has a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Sharp, for your testimony. If I heard you correctly, the walrus population decline around Round Island has been over the last couple years. Did I hear you
Yes,
correctly?
that was pretty unusual to see just 1 walrus there last couple months ago in October. Oh, I just wanted to say one more. I forgot to say is it was, of all the years I've been in Togiak Bay, you know, of all the years I've been hunting there, late in the season, October, also I seen a whale, and that's really rare. My feeling was that it was probably sick from not getting its nutrients or something. But anyways, after that, after a couple of weeks, one of my friends from Facebook friends from Port Haydn just recently posted a picture of the dead whale, first one, and that was my concern. That was the one that I seen Togiak Bay.
Yes. Another question. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Mr. Sharp, you mentioned fish predictions and that fish wouldn't show up. And I was wondering what species you were referring to.
Salmon, mainly sockeye, the reds. This has been going on for how many years now? A lot of our prediction fish wouldn't be showing up. Like it's been going on for every year now, for about 10 years.
Thank you, and Ms. Gone.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Mr. Sharp, for your testimony. And following up on Mr. Moeller's question, have you ever noticed in the past where there's been such a small amount of walrus? You mentioned one walrus this past subsistence hunt. Has that ever happened in the past?
My first time it wasn't at Round Island, it was behind Hagmaster. It was my first time hunting there, participating in the Walrus Commission hunting. There was only one at one time. Wavy or not, we just went up on the beach and got it, and it was successful. That was like about 10 years ago or so.
Okay. Thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Our next testifier is Frank Woods, followed by Brenden Raymond-Yakoubian.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the North Pacific. And a quick introduction for the record. My name is Frank Woods. I'm the Cossack Walrus Commission Chairman. Quick overview is we're here to help. I know you don't manage walrus, you don't manage marine mammals, but you do. We participate in Bristol Bay with the yellowfin trawl fishery that might have an impact on our walrus population around Island. Quick overview is that since 1999, all the discussion papers really have been kind of not lost, but then the overview would be the decline of population since the early 90s on the Round Island walrus hunt. In the 90s, there was a high value of herring fishery, and that fishery included 600 gill netters, almost 500 seiners, and about 1,000 industry boats. During that time, there was no decline in the population in the migration routes coming down from the northern haulouts for Round Island and Bristol Bay. All that noise and activity 3 miles inland had no impact on the walrus population haulout. What has happened since then is there's no more commercial fishery, and I was one of the last gill netters in that arena in 2018. So it was the only boat commercial fishing gill netting, and the impacts of that is in the last 5 years, so all the walrus have moved east and hauling out in Centerville and above Port Hayden in the tens of thousands. We need to request an updated Northern Bristol Bay trawl and discussion paper highlighting the current needed information about walrus populations in Bristol Bay. The only thing that's changed in that is number one is the yellowfin trawl fishery is the only industry in our front door. That might have an impact on that map right there. The recommendations in that paper are clear and concise. That is old information. I approached industry and we'd love to collaborate with U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. We'd love to collaborate with ADF&G in collecting that data and working in industry workshops. And maybe coming up with a meaningful understanding of the situation. So an updated discussion paper, it might even come to a a conflict avoidance agreement, where we have locals that have conflicts with the different agencies and different, because there are that's a transit zone. In 2017, this council adopted new language and, open transit zones. My son is a part of that in the fuel industry. We anchor tankers to offload fuel in that region. So with anything that you can do with opening discussion, I would ask for a discussion paper, an updated discussion paper, and a request formally to this council to address our concerns. I need to include the walrus and its impacts in the herring analysis, because number one, herring is a food fish, and as a Togiak used to be the biggest herring fishery in the world. There are no longer any commercial. We still have subsistence use, and it's highly valued. There's no commercial value in the state of Alaska. I was appointed to the herring utilization committee last year. We could not come up with any viable alternatives to that fishery, or it's in, industry wise, there's not enough interest, not enough production, and not enough cost effective return on that fishery. So hopefully in the next few years, because each community in the 90s, I started herring fishing in 1993 of all things, and we handshook for herring. Every village and every person and everybody in the community in LA would gather to the right inshore in that area, but they would depend on it, not only for cash economy, but the herring roe, the eggs, the carcasses, smoked, canned, pickled, in any way possible. I'll close with that. Thank you for all the accommodations from this council. It's really good to hear the new breath of fresh air and all the studies, the AP process, the SSP. I'm learning all the new terminology. And actually, we have a biological, the young lady that just presented this morning talking about the IRA funding for resiliency. We'd love to work in this arena to help anything that we can do for our area, because the cost of living, the need for food security to feed our people is huge. And we'd love to work with industry, council, and agencies to help us do this. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much for your testimony, Mr. Woods. I'll see if there are any questions for you. Yes, Ms. Kimball. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Curling.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Woods, thanks for your testimony. I want to ask you for clarification on what you're seeking with regard to the discussion paper on herring. So were you referring to the analysis that the council initiated to look at the herring prohibited species catch limits and trying to get an understanding of potential effects of herring removals on walrus? Is that what you're seeking?
That would be the 2009 discussion paper that needed to be up. It's 2009, and things have changed since then. If you realize, thank you. Yes, good. I'm trying to. There's so many papers on this. I'm trying to disseminate, just like you, trying to disseminate which paper and how to attach that. It'd be that document up there on the wall, the discussion paper that you're talking about, I believe, or initiate a new one. I know you got tasks and money and funding issues and everybody's busy, but it's important to us to maybe start this process. Thank you.
Okay, but just to be clear, to follow up, specifically looking at effects of herring removals in that area and what the implications are for subsistence users. Is that right?
Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. And Ms. Kimball?
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony and for providing the map again. And I mean, we've just been coming back to this issue. I realize that paper was old, but a previous council established the prohibition on fishing around Round Island and some other areas for protection of walrus, and a prohibition on even transiting that area. But then we were made aware, of course, through the years, and even at this meeting, there's a lot of other vessels, trampers, tankers, like you mentioned, that aren't required to abide by those same restrictions. So I'm kind of wondering, what's your idea about how we wrap our hands around the problem when we can only affect kind of a pretty small component of the vessels in that area.
Through the chair, Councilmember Campbell, I think that AIS takes care of that during the commercial fishery. Everybody has to have a location device. I think industry is really well aware of that. So I think what we're going to do, I believe, is we're going to hold workshops, not just from Akasika, but a region-wide workshop that would help clarify which vessels are out there, how we could better improve not only transit, because I personally own 2 tenders that transit back and forth, tendered for 10 years in Togiak region, and we'd have to have a corridor. I believe that there's tankers, trawlers, there's not trawler. Well, there would be trawlers operating in that area, and they might come in to process. But also there's trampers, and we've seen huge ships and impact that area. And I honestly don't believe it's a noise disturbance onshore in the transit zones. It's something else that's impacting, like I said, during the heyday of herring, we had thousands of boats with 10 times the amount of noise and activity, and still we had huge populations hauling, tens of thousands hauling up and around Island. So yes, so we'd love to help sort out that process. We revisited in 2017 with their transit zone. That helps. So thank you.
Thank you. And Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And for your testimony, Mr. Woods, I appreciate it. And you might have covered this already, but I just want to make sure I understand your testimony and your ask of this council because of what we manage, which, as you mentioned, is the vessels that participate in the federal yellowfin sole fishery. And so while you're at the table, I just want to make sure I understand your thinking as to what might be impacting the walrus population from operations of those yellowfin sole vessels. And so I've heard perhaps that the yellowfin sole vessels are intercepting fish and other species that walrus might depend on. But I've also heard reference to some habitat impacts that those yellowfin sole vessels may be having. Have I covered kind of your thoughts about what those impacts of those yellowfin sole vessels might be on walrus, or are there more?
Yep, I think you hit it right on the head there. Habitat is in that triangle where they are in that zone that they're commercial fishing. Yellowfin trawl fishery has their amendment 80 feet off the bottom. And that walrus are bottom feeders, but the ecosystem there is huge. It's all dependent on herring, referring to Member Kirkland's questioning. That herring is a feed fish that basically amplifies the ecostructure, the ecosystem within that region. That, like my elder spoke and testified on, that whole ecosystem is dependent on migratory birds, the marine mammals, the fish, feed fish, halibut, salmon coming back. If you go back, and I guess we could go back 20 years or even 30 years, the 90s when this first started, there was huge populations of halibut, Chinook salmon returning. I commercially fished right inside those waters for king salmon. There's no more. We restrict commercial fisheries for king salmon and Togiak because of that, and we help on our local side. We try to have every concerted effort to preserve those fish. So yes, the perfect scenario, what you're hearing is the impacts are, and we'd like to hear those impacts and go through this process to come up with clear answers. Thank you.
Yeah, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. I just have one more quick question. As part of the Walrus Commission, do you get research from U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service on not just status of stocks, but potential effects in the region? And if this is a long answer or not fair to this client, I can ask offline, but I just wondered if that's the conduit to get research information into the commission.
Councilor Kimball, we're through the chair, we actually cooperate with U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, but we don't get no science behind it other than when we ask. I'm a new chair. I was involved in the hunt for over a decade. I left this up to the council that was before me, but as COVID hit and people age, and you know that the distraction of other processes become more important. We work well with U.S. Fish and Wildlife and ADF&G in this arena, because ADF&G monitors a haul-out population. We got those studies. U.S. Fish and Wildlife comes with science and backing and support. We just don't have any money to operate anymore. That's why we're here, is asking for a tasking that would include an updated discussion paper, start the process on habitat preservation, and a study that would help us be engaged in the process, right? So we're doing the best we can. There's 5 of us here out of a population of 7,000, right? And our impacts might be minimal, but we're trying to get something that would help in any way address the problems that we're faced with. Because we got to realize that industry has to support this process too, right? I mean, you're guided through a whole level of bureaucracy that I'm unfamiliar with. I'm a volunteer. I come here to help, carry a message and ask for services, and everybody wants a piece of the pie. Well, you got the recipe, and I'm learning that recipe as we speak and walking through the last 6 days. I packed my bags and spent 6 days living out of a suitcase. So I'm being kind of cynical, but in reality, it's a big commitment. And my hat's off to you sitting on the other side and your dedication to this process, because it's a thankless job. And people don't appreciate how much information that needs to pass through your board. So with that, I'll close, Madam Chair, and I appreciate your time and effort. So thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Appreciate it. So Brenden Raymond-Yakoubian is next, followed by Hannah Heimbuch.
Hi, Madam Chair, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thanks. Greetings, Madam Chair, members of the council. My name is Brenden Raymond-Yakoubian, testifying on behalf of COERIC, the Alaska Native Nonprofit Tribal Consortium, formed by and for the 20 federally recognized tribes of the Bering Strait region. We'd refer you to our written letter, which provided comment on a number of agenda items, including staff tasking. And with regard to staff tasking items, we speak in our letter to the triennial groundfish management policy objectives review, the IRA work plan and social science planning team. And we'll just briefly summarize our comments at this time, some of which we've made previously at previous meetings. With regard to the groundfish management policy review, we agree with council staff's suggestion to take a more comprehensive approach to this review. This is a quote, in order to support objectives 1 and 2 and capture the council's recent work on climate resilience and incorporation of LKTKS information, and given that 20 years have passed since the groundfish management policy was adopted in 2004. Specifically, COERIC recommends that this process be developed and highlighted in a way moving forward that's maximally robust and transparent for the public to engage and participate in, perhaps in a manner similar to how the SSC recently revamped its research priority setting process. Facilitating greater public engagement with the objectives and policy review process can perhaps forestall stagnation on these important issues moving forward. And we'd also recommend, as previously, that such a process of review occur not only for the groundfish management policy, but also for other key council-related programs, plans, and guidance. And we also recommend a retrospective look at whether, when, and how the goals and objectives have not, and other policy have not, or have not been met, and why that's the case as pertains to these plans, programs, and guidance. And we hope that all of the those steps would create a transparent, logical, iterative, inclusive, and accountable process regarding these fundamental aspects of fishery management. Regarding the IRA work plan, we'd again voice our support for the overall focus on climate readiness and incorporation of TK and subsistence information, and we encourage the council to continue in a no steps backward approach and build upon previous successes in these areas. We support building from insights that staff may have based on their work since the adoption and implementation to date of the LKTKS protocol, to point to ways in which internal processes and capacity could be developed further to increase the ability to regularly and meaningfully bring TK and subsistence information into the process moving forward. We also have recommendations in our letter regarding climate resilience work, and we'll just focus on one here, which has a strong overlap with TK and subsistence issues, and that is that we'd encourage exploring collaborative structures for science, policy setting, management, and stewardship. And in conclusion, final thing we'd like to note is encouraging the council to give the SSPT a robust mandate moving forward, as social science is the knowledge and practice domain most directly focused on analyzing human behavior, the management of which is really what fishery management is most fundamentally about. And in doing so, we'd encourage adding explicitly tribal seats to that body, which would be in line with a hope we had a number of years ago when we promoted renewed attention to that body. And we hope that now it could be finally realized. So with that, close our comments here, and thank you for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you for your testimony. I'll see if there are any questions for you. Okay. Seeing none, thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Hannah Heimbuch is next, followed by Judy Brakel. Is Hannah online?
Hello, are you able to hear me?
Yes, good morning.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the council. For the record, my name is Hannah Heimbuch, testifying on behalf of the under 60 cod harvesters. I just wanted to highlight today an ongoing concern around Gulf peak cod, specifically overages in the trawl catcher processor sector earlier this year. We brought this up during the October council meeting under the action addressing MRA rules. And really, I just want to keep this topic on the council's radar because I think ultimately it's part of a suite of issues that need to be addressed. We support a recommendation from the AP rationale in that October motion on MRA adjustments. The recommendation advises a review of MRA percentages. Discussion on MRAs and other agenda items have really continued to highlight concerns around topping off behaviors, indicating that MRAs are too high to incentivize minimizing interaction with non-target species. And it's really critical that they do function to incentivize minimization, particularly in cases where we lack mechanisms to prevent overages, which is the case with peacock in the Gulf. As we heard in October B reports, a few Amendment 80 boats spent some considerable time in the Gulf this year targeting arrowtooth and rockfish. Peacock is an incidental catch in that fishery. They met the Central Gulf sector TAC for peacock in July, and it was put on PSC status. But as we've seen in similar scenarios like sablefish in the Bering Sea, there's no actual mechanism to reduce interactions, just retention. And so fishing continued, and the fleet harvested about 166% of the peacock limit. And harvest beyond a limit isn't the only concern here. The other one is that we have a fully rationalized BSAI fleet leveraging resources to target additional fisheries. And in doing so, they're maximizing harvest and sale of non-target peacock in a sector that doesn't have a mechanism to close when the TAC is reached. And so our concern is that this incentivizes the maximum use of a non-target species and really undermines any ability to adhere to the actual abundance-based limit set for the sector. And should overfishing become a concern, the only management option is to close a directed fishery, which is just not a viable long-term plan for those scenarios. And in a year when we're starting the season without the benefit of recent survey data, that concern is just a little heightened since we know there's more cod on the grounds, but the tax will be lower, at least for the first half of the year. So that's just something to watch in the short term. And then in the long term, we think there should be ways to address these issues without great upheaval to groundfish fleets. We'd recommend that the council, 1, pursue a review of MRA percentages, 2, monitor for and address topping off behaviors when you're able to, 3, monitor and address any changes to those behaviors that occur as a result of final action on MRA adjustments, and then 4, ultimately work towards addressing those management gaps that result in harvest overages. Again, there's no formal ask today. I just want to keep these issues in the council's purview and on the radar. Thank you very much and happy holidays to everyone.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Are there any questions for Ms. Heimbuch? Yes, Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Heimbuch, for your testimony. I do have a couple of questions. I'm hoping you can help expand a little bit on, I'm solid on your first point about particularly Gulf Pacific cod sector overages, but you said beyond harvesting, beyond those overages, you have additional concerns, particularly about the Amendment 80 sector. The only thing I had time to type down was harvest additional fisheries. And does that mean they're participating in different fisheries than in the past, or there's more participation in those fisheries? Can you give me a sense of what you're getting at there?
Yeah, through the chair, Ms. Baker, thanks for the question. I think, peacock is an example where we're seeing that specific behavior, but and that's what I'm focused on. But we've also seen that in sablefish in the Bering Sea. The Amendment 80 sector has significantly, exponentially increased its participation in that fishery. And while that's a fishery it has access to, technically, it is a significant change in behavior, and that change in behavior is, partly due to the fact they have the flexibility because of the rationalization of their other fisheries. And I believe the Amendment 80 trawl sector is one of the only, if not the only trawl sector able to participate in those extended sablefish opportunities on the trawl quota. And so those shifts, I think, warrant review by the council, since they are outside the initial design of both the Amendment 80 program and the sablefish fishery, just because it does have an impact on the composition of catch, on markets, and it's a change in behavior, a change in the gear type that is primarily harvesting that. So I think that sablefish is another good example, but now seeing this one on peacock in the Gulf, I think there's more than one species, more than one fishery that has the potential to be impacted by those movements. And it's highlighting some of the gaps we have in both our information about changes in fishing behavior, but also gaps in management as far as preventing overages.
Thank you for that. And Ms. Goen.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Ms. Heimbuch, for your testimony. And I appreciate at the end you clearly laid out 4 steps. I caught the first 2, reviewing MRA behavior and monitoring topping off, but I couldn't write fast enough for 3 and 4. Could you repeat those?
Yeah, through the chair, thanks for the question, Ms. Goen. So the third one is recognizing that when the council does take final action on MRA adjustments, it is possible that some of those shifts could affect topping off behavior in one direction or another, just because it shifts the process for assessing those. And so I think it would be important as a follow-up to that action to be trying to monitor if there is a change in behavior as a result of that, if there's a change in topping off behavior. So that's number 3. And then number 4 is, once again, flagging that we need to work towards addressing management gaps that result in harvest overages, like we saw in sablefish some years ago and like we're seeing in peacock now.
Thank you. I'm not seeing other questions. Thank you for calling in.
Thank you.
So our next testifier is Judy Brakel, followed by Becca, Robbins, Gisclair. Judy, please unmute yourself. We're still not hearing you, Judy. Can you try to unmute yourself?
Judith, hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh my gosh, okay, wonderful. Sorry, I had to get help. Yeah, my name is Judy Brakel. I've lived in Southeast Alaska my whole life. I'm in various different communities. I'm in Gustavus now for quite a while. I am speaking in favor of having an interagency group address the issue of the unguided halibut sport fishery industry. sport fishing industry. Our organization in Gustavus, Alaska Halibut Forever, has for years been pointing out to the council the serious consequences of allowing the largely unregulated, unguided halibut sport fishing sector to grow. By now, in Area 2C, it takes almost as much halibut as the regulated halibut charter industry. Our group is concerned about the halibut resource in general, and our special interest is that halibut continue to be available to Icy Strait communities and the other coastal communities in this general region for local food. We ask that the council consider local communities harvesting halibut for their households as part of the context here. Let's see. Oh, sorry. About the safety of these unguided enterprises, my brother encountered an unguided boat and occupants adrift in northern Clarence Strait, the motor not working and no radio. He towed them back to Point Baker, complaining to me that he did not even receive a thank you when handing them off to the self-guided lodge there. As a lifelong resident of this region and also as a cultural anthropologist, I'd like to offer some further context from my personal perspective, not necessarily speaking for the group. Generally, there seem to be two major interests in this process. One group is commercial fishermen. Compared to some other places in the world, in Alaska, there has tended to be a fair amount of mutual respect between the fishery regulators and commercial fishermen, and that's been a healthy situation. But now there is a new fisheries sector that has arisen, with participants successfully claiming that no regulation is required of them, a new sector growing at a remarkable rate, taking an ever greater portion of the total allowable halibut catch. The self-guided sector, as I see it, is not simply just many one-off individual enterprises. For example, at least half of these and very many of the early adopters are Latter-day Saints, Mormons. Latter-day Saints are the present-day church members themselves. They, that is their self-concept in a sense. They seem to have a strong sense of the virtue of their fellow members and confidence in their values. They are nice people. Also relevant are the many strong connections among them. Together, these features have been powerful in this fishery regulatory context. Commercial fishermen here may not be saints, but they tend to believe in fishery regulation and they want to see it done well. True, some new commercial fisheries have been created, a jig fishery and catching black cod with pots instead of hooks, but it's always assumed that these are to be regulated. Thus, the surprise at seeing the absence of regulation in the unguided sport fishing industry. The council's advisory panel noted that this issue has been brought up in many forums, and quote, each time it is brought forward, each agency punts it to the next agency, I guess. Recognizing the relevant context, cultural context that's involved here may help with decision making. We rely on you, the council, to make wise and often difficult decisions. Thank you for making those decisions. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. I'll see if there are any questions for you. Seeing none, thanks again. So Becca, Robbins, Gisclair is next, followed by Linda Behnken.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the council. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony this morning. Becca Robbins Gisclair, Senior Director of Arctic and Northern Waters with Ocean Conservancy. And today I wanted to talk about three agenda items under the staff tasking issue, the importance of getting pelagic trawl off the bottom, the IRA work plan and ecosystem committee tasking, and finally wanted to follow up on the proposed oil and gas lease sale for the outer continental shelf of Alaska's coast. So first, in terms of pelagic trawl and the information that you received in B reports, as well as some of your decisions around tasking for future meetings, I think for us that allowing even moderate bottom contact from a fleet that's defined as midwater is really inconsistent in regulation and raises transparency questions for stakeholders and the broader public. At this meeting, we really urged the council to reinforce the critical need to protect both habitat and crab from the impacts of seafloor contact that are associated with trawl operations. We're pleased to see the voluntary industry measures that were discussed under B reports as a first step in addressing these issues, but really want to see this issue move forward again in June 2026 with the regulatory approach to the pelagic trawl issue. And there we're hoping to see a follow-up report on the ACs and closures, as well as the consideration of more meaningful and regulatory actions to reduce bottom contact of pelagic trawl gear. And this could be either through the development of a performance standard and or recategorization of the pelagic trawl gear as mobile bottom contact gear. Secondly, in terms of the IRA work plan, ecosystem committee tasking, that really here, I think overall we continue to see at the council over and over again the challenges that we are facing of managing amidst a rapidly changing climate. And it's really critical that the council develops better systems for managing. So overall, as this work moves forward and as you begin to task the ecosystem committee, we really urge you to continue to focus on climate-ready fisheries as well as the inclusion of indigenous and traditional knowledge. Specifically, we do support implementation of the climate resilience work plan at the ecosystem committee. And this should include both a retrospective and forward-looking approach to implementing the LKTKS protocol. And we also support the ecosystem engaging in developing a framework for ecosystem-based tax setting that was discussed earlier in this meeting as well. And then finally, I wanted to circle back on the issue of offshore oil and gas leasing, which I know we raised during the B reports in reference to the draft proposed program for 2026 to 2031, which is the next step in the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management's process. And as you heard then, that this draft plan proposes lease sales in all areas in which the council currently manages fisheries. And I think it doesn't take much to see that those offshore oil and gas development leases would really be incompatible with the productive fisheries that the council manages in these waters. In terms of the Gulf of Alaska and Bering Sea, there is little to no support for development in these areas. We're really not hearing anyone ask for that development other than what is in the plan. And according to the draft proposed program, these areas have negligible oil and gas resources or development value. Alaska's senators have already weighed in and asked the Bureau of Energy Management to focus in on some of the other areas and to listen to Alaskans. And I just want to highlight, I think this comment period is really an important opportunity for the council to weigh in and to highlight the importance of this region to existing productive economic activity and the risks of oil and gas leasing here. And this follows the council's action in the 2018 draft leasing program when we saw a similar proposal and there was significant opposition to leasing in these areas. And ultimately the administration listened to that input and removed the areas from the final version of the plan. So just want to highlight the council really does have an important role to play here as a manager of fisheries. Weighing in on the significant risks is critical and the council's voice is important. So today we're asking the council to again help protect our reputation for clean, healthy oceans that support productive fisheries and submit a letter highlighting the importance of the region and incompatibility with lease sales and requesting that BOEM does not include lease sales in these areas. So with that, I will close and thank you for your time today.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
So Linda Behnken is next, followed by Nels Evens.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Linda Behnken testifying for Alaska Longline Fishermen's Association. Thanks so much for taking testimony and your endurance this week. I have 3 staff tasking issues I wanted to address, but before tackling that, just wanted to add our strong support to the request from the previous testifier to move forward no later than June with the regulatory approach to limit seafloor contact by pelagic trawl gear. Second, I wanted to address the request for reconstituting the social science plan team. We submitted written comment on this agenda item, but just to hit some high points, from our understanding, the SSPT is the only plan team within the council structure that's explicitly designed to identify social science data needs, evaluate data gaps, and recommend approaches for integrating social, cultural, and economic information into fisheries management. Without participation from the SSPT, Alpha's concerned significant impacts will continue to be overlooked or minimized. We urge the council to reaffirm the SSPT and to consider augmenting their current membership with Indigenous knowledge holders. We see clear benefit to including local and traditional knowledge in the SSPT assessment of social and cultural impacts, and believe adding that membership is consistent with the council's LKTKS protocols and on-ramps. In reaffirming the SSPT, Alpha recommends the council set an expectation for more frequent engagement. While an annual in-person meeting has logistical advantages and cost advantages, it's not sufficient to support timely input on council actions or to advance and complete the data gap analysis that we believe is needed. I was really struck by Ms. Marinen's description of the opportunity provided by the SSPT for analysts to describe to social scientists the analytical challenges they were facing, and for the SSPT members to share ideas about data outside the normal data sets or sources that might be helpful to the analysts in completing their work. That offers an exceptional benefit to our process and prevents analysts from receiving that kind of input later in the process, for example, during a presentation to the SSC. To wrap up, on this issue, Alpha strongly urges the council to reconvene the SSPT with augmented membership, task the SSPT with completing the data gap analysis, and request that the team establish a regular and more frequent meeting schedule. Relative to IRA funding, Alpha strongly supports the council's climate readiness work that's been funded to date by the IRA. We support the 3 initiatives or focus areas that have guided the work to date and believe there is more work to do in each initiative. We're eager to see the work continue to move forward and to ensure the process actively engages fishing communities, tribes, and other stakeholders. We believe coastal residents need to be involved to understand the changes to anticipate, and also so they can share what they are seeing and experience on the water or on the coast. The plan team can assist with this work, along with helping to adapt the LKTK protocols for the Gulf. Likewise, we're eager to participate in the ongoing work to incorporate risk and uncertainty in the SPEC process, including the consideration of alternative harvest control rules and whether those rules should be responsive to changing climate, ocean conditions, age structure dynamics, or other factors. We hope this work of evaluating risk and uncertainty in the SPEC process can help to move the process towards considering risk and uncertainty more broadly than the single species context. Clearly, the SSC has a lead role in this work, but we suggest the council also consider a role for the Ecosystem Committee in this aspect of this work. Finally, join with Ocean Conservancy in urging the council to comment on the oil and gas lease sales, to oppose these leases due to the inherent risk to our valuable and sustainable fisheries. If there is any hesitancy at this point to submit comments that outright oppose those lease sales, we ask that the council submit comments that note the value of these fisheries, the fact that that value is realized every year, and the potential risk or damage to both the reputation and the actual fisheries of allowing lease sales in this area. Thanks so much. I'd be happy to answer any questions, but just in case, happy holidays.
Thank you very much. I'll see if there are any questions for Ms. Behnken. Seeing none, happy holidays to you as well.
Thank you.
So So Nels Evens is next, followed by Caitlin Yeager.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right. Hi, this is Nels Evens, Executive Director of Petersburg Vessel Owners Association. I'm just calling in to speak a little bit more on conversation that was held at the AP as well as at the council under Action C7, and the quickly evolving kind of exploration of opportunities for cross-agency work to develop a roadmap on how to better manage the unguided charter sector within 2C. The Petersburg Vessel Owners Association fleet is historically and currently highly involved and highly invested in the halibut fishery within 2C, and have continued to see those stocks decline while the take and effort within the unguided sector has grown exponentially. Looking at that figure of 35% growth in 1 year and doubling the directed sport charter harvest, both the fixed gear and the charter sport guided charter fleet have taken pretty significant cuts over the last 15, 20 years in order to try and mitigate and preserve the halibut stock. And the unguided charter fleet has seen this unmitigated rise in harvest as that guided charter opportunity has decreased for them. So at this low abundance level, we believe that it's important to look at any and all opportunities to preserve our halibut stock, and we're very supportive of whatever action leads to this cross-agency conversation and hopefully a framework on how to best approach it in the future. Thanks.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thanks again. So Caitlin Yeager is up next, followed by Jamie O'Connor.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the council. For the record, my name is Caitlin Yeager, and I'm speaking on behalf of the At-Sea Processors Association. My comments will be brief for you today. We support the proposed approach for the Groundfish Management Policy Review. The outlined four-step process provides a clear and workable structure for updating the policy, but also evaluating how management actions since 2004 have aligned with its goals and objectives. The combination of the updated chronology, mapping of actions to objectives, and the addition of narrative profiles will give the council and the public a much more complete picture on how management has evolved during this time. This also includes work on climate resilience, LKTKS, bycatch, and habitat. This is an efficient and transparent approach that offers helpful context without adding unnecessary workload. We appreciate the clarity that's afforded by this approach, and we look forward to the review document that will hopefully come out in June. And with that, I appreciate the opportunity to comment and happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thanks. Jamie O'Connor's next, followed by Jim Armstrong.
Good morning, everybody. Hello, Madam Chair and members of the council. My name is Jamie O'Connor, and I am a salmon harvester from Bristol Bay and Homer, testifying on behalf of the Alaska Marine Conservation Council. First, I'd like to add my voice to my neighbors and friends from Bristol Bay in requesting further attention and information regarding walrus declines and disturbance. I encourage the careful management of species such as herring and shellfish and the ecosystems on which the walrus and we depend. I support their request to update the Northern Bristol Bay trawl area discussion paper and to ensure that impacts to walrus and their habitat are integrated into the herring PSC discussion paper coming back to the council in October. Second, I echo comments from Ms. Robbins Gisclair and Ms. Behnken requesting clarification and action that eliminates seafloor contact in pelagic trawl fisheries no later than June. Third, I respectfully request that the council send a letter, as it did in 2018, urging the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management to remove all BSII and GOA planning areas from the proposed offshore oil and gas leasing program. These regions are foundational to Alaska's fisheries, subsistence, and coastal economies. and most are identified as having negligible oil and gas potential. And finally, I'd like to thank the council and staff for their responsiveness relating to council meeting dates and locations. Speaking for myself as a salmon harvester, the ability to participate in May and in Alaska would be a significant relief, somewhat alleviating the stress of knowing I should be hanging gear, training crew, driving anchors, and greasing trucks instead. Thank you for your time and your work, and I wish you happy holidays and safe travels home.
Thank you. I'll see if there are any questions. Seeing none, thank you so much.
Thank you.
So Jim Armstrong is next, followed by Kelsi Ivanoff.
Thank you for your indulgence, Madam Chair. Trying to bring this up.
By your facial expressions, it looks like we should be
Yeah,
headed for something really
It's
exciting.
going to be a good one.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. So my computer is not behaving well. I never go without a script, but let's try. Thank you for allowing me to speak under this agenda item today. What we're recommending, and perhaps the council, and there it is. Okay. Here we go. Okay. The issue that came up with C4 this year identified a process problem, and so the comments really have to do with that. As the SSC notes in the section of their draft report, the federal furlough prevented the Science Center from authors from completing scheduled operational assessments, and so that prevented the plan team meeting, and as a result, neither updated harvest projections nor stock assessments could be produced. So this forced the SSC to anchor all their decisions on the 2024 projections of 2026 max ABC. And as we know, for Gulf cod, the bottom trawl survey showed a 39% increase, but that couldn't be responded to. And so the SSC is searching for a procedural alternative. So, by the way, FLC very much appreciates your action to request an update to the Gulf cod assessment in early 2026. Our recommendation is that the Council and SSC develop a procedural alternative that would allow survey integration into the most recently approved assessment. As the SSC work group develops its recommendations in 2026, we respectfully recommend that as part of their process recommendations, they identify procedures for generating more informed max ABCs for years when a full assessment product could not be delivered. Specifically, the Council and SSC could develop a mechanism that allows for an updated harvest projection to be generated using the most recently accepted assessment model, incorporates the current year's survey biomass indices and catch into that projection, and provides the SSC with an updated max ABC benchmark against which precautionary and which can only be downward adjustments could be evaluated if necessary. Since the unavailability of assessments is linked to federal budget interruptions, or most likely linked to that, the process to develop an updated max ABC option would need to make it available ahead of the potential future closure, meaning before October 1 in a given year. If that's possible, this would create a defensible, transparent, and scientifically grounded bridge between assessment cycles should a given year's funding lapse again. Without such a mechanism, the Council cannot fully apply National Standard 2, when important new data exist but cannot be interpreted due to the absence of an updated assessment. The latest survey data, when the latest survey data show strong directional changes, either increases or declines, but management can't be fine-tuned to that information. Or when opportunities to reduce foregone yield or better inform risk are absent simply because the system lacks a process tool to incorporate the survey information. So this year's experience clearly shows that circumstances can arise in which relying solely on a previously projected max ABC value appears to be inappropriate in light of new information. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony. FLC appreciates the Council and SSC's careful work during an extraordinarily constrained assessment year. We offer this recommendation to strengthen the Council's resilience to future disruptions and ensure that survey results can be used in a scientifically defensible way, even when full assessments can be completed. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Armstrong, and I'll see if there are any questions. Seeing none, thank you. So Kelsi Ivanoff is up next, and then we'll circle back to Don Stiles.
Good morning. Still morning. Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the Council. Thank you for the opportunity to comment. My name is Kelsi Ivanoff, and I'll be testifying on behalf of Native People's Action. As you heard yesterday, I'm from Unalakleet, and I currently live there with my 7-year-old daughter, and I work for NPA remotely as their communications and Indigenous engagement manager, and I also help run our family's fishing operations. I'd like to voice our support for reaffirming the SSPT and direct the staff and council to the many available resources, including tribes, fish commissions, and statewide organizations similar to ours that work in the interest of uplifting Alaska Native voices. There is often talk of the inclusion of LKTKS, and we believe this is where you can really utilize that information available. We look forward to seeing what comes with the climate resilience efforts. I'd like to bring attention to the efforts in rural Alaska to include climate resilience and adaptation plans in their community plans. These plans are guiding things like emergency response plans and long-term planning, and it's a great resource for LKTKS. We'd also like to applaud the Council for reinstating the Ecosystem Committee and including tribal members. I want to also commend the previous commenter, Ms. Knodel, for bringing up youth representation. We do support including youth seats on committees and would support an age range of 18 to 30. We'd like to uplift the voices from tribal members here concerning Round Island and Bristol Bay and encourage initiating a discussion paper on habitat preservation. They wouldn't be here taking time away from their families in current subsistence season if this weren't an issue they felt strongly about. We appreciate your dedication to LKTKS, and we hope you take into consideration the traditional knowledge that was presented here today in testimony. Lastly, I'd like to thank the Council for hearing the concerns of the Norton Sound fishermen and entities and taking action on the LLP recency. I look forward to continuing to be involved as that moves forward, and we'll definitely be encouraging our fellow fishermen to do so as well. This is another group that would benefit from a May versus June meeting. That's a pretty busy time for subsistence for our region. And as for us crab fishermen, we're in like full prep mode in the beginning of June, and we want with how fast the fishery is now, we want our pots wet the moment it opens. And again, thank you for your time, dedication, and happy holidays. And I'll take any questions if you have any.
Thank you for your testimony. Yes, Ms. Glenn.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Ms. Ivanoff, for your testimony. And I appreciate you speaking to all those different points. I'm interested in hearing a little more about the rural climate resilient plans that you've seen be developed. Can you just give us briefly a little more context?
Yeah, so that is a component that has been strongly encouraged in communities to include in their long-term plans to be eligible for state programs. And so my background is I used to be our city manager. So a lot of work with the state on projects in Unalakleet, and that was something that they strongly encouraged us to have. So I know in working with the with UAF and working with the Alaska Tribal Resilience Network, they are working with a lot of communities to develop these plans.
Thank you. Any other questions? Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Okay, one last call for Donald Stiles. Oh, he's not online. Okay. So I think this is a good time to break for lunch. Let's come back at 1:15 and see if the council would like to take action or have further discussion on any of our agenda items. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. So we had some staff presentations and public testimony on staff tasking agenda items. I'll open up the floor to see if there's any discussion. I think we have a couple motions that are still coming through, so maybe we'll just work through some of our less formal deliberations first. We'll go to Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This doesn't require a motion, but one of the presentations we received was on the Groundfish Management Policy Triennial Review. And that presentation was looking at whether we kind of do our same exact process that we've done before, or whether we take a more comprehensive approach to the review, whether we provide some narrative information. There were a couple suggestions in the staff presentation, and I think absent positive encouragement from the council, they will probably do that more comprehensive approach. But I think it's warranted for us to say that we think that's a good idea. We received some positive public testimony that likes that approach. And so I just wanted to put on the record, unless other council members disagree, that that's what we would expect to see in the triennial review, which I think is on the schedule to receive the actual draft in June.
Thank you. Okay, I was seeing some nonverbal concurrences with that. So great. Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Ms. Baker? Yeah, I was moving on. Sorry. Cold call. We'll go to Ms. Vanderhoven.
On to the next thing. Another one, I don't think we need a motion, but we had the recommendation from the SSC for the interagency subgroup to provide a report on stock prioritization at the February meeting for stock assessments for 2026. And I think we can just endorse that as a council. That's a good idea.
Thank you, Ms. Vanderhoven. And concurrence on that as well. Thank you. Ms. Gunn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have some thoughts to offer on the social science plan team. I don't have a specific motion, but I'll offer some comments. I appreciate the update from council staff on the social science plan team and their data gap analysis. It's responsive to the council's request from the October meeting after removing the economic data collection requirement. I also appreciate hearing that both social science plan team members and those outside the group see value of and interest in having a social science plan team. I think this topic would benefit, however, from more conversation among my fellow council members on whether to reaffirm the social science plan team, and if so, any possible updates to the social science plan team's mission statement, their terms of reference, and their scope of work. In addition, I'm interested in fellow council member input on whether we proceed with the data gap analysis or determine other priorities for the social science plan team, recognizing there have been some big changes since the group last met, such as the removal of economic data reports. I'd also like to further explore the social science plan team's intersection with the SSC and ensure that the plan team work would be targeted, efficient, and useful for council decision-making. I heard in public interest in testimony in adding a tribally affiliated member to the social science plan team. So if they're reaffirmed, we could further consider that to implement the council's LKTK protocol and be an on-ramp for local and traditional knowledge. Having said all that, I'm sensitive to the council and NIMP staff workload and council budget constraints. So if the SSPT is reaffirmed and tasked, it will need to have clear direction and utility for decision-making. My plan is to have conversations with fellow council members and report back at a future council meeting under the staff tasking agenda item.
Thank you, Ms. Cohen. Seems like a reasonable approach. I would note that the February meeting is quite busy, so probably thinking of a meeting beyond that. I appreciate that that wasn't specified, so thank you. Mr. Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just to follow up, during that discussion, one of the things I heard that I thought was would need further discussion and looking at was the fact that maybe it wasn't as much the data gap analysis that we needed to evaluate, but the looking at how we might better utilize the existing data we already have in place. Look at alternative ways to utilize what we already have rather than trying to just identify what we don't have. Given the time frame and the resources we have, that might be more fruitful for us to be able to use more near term potentially. So I would be interested in something like that as we talk about it.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. Okay. Yes, and Mr. Pamplin.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Are we ready to move to another topic? Okay. Just want to start by appreciating the public comments we heard in both our B report earlier this week and again this morning under staff tasking, drawing our attention to the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management's, or BOEM, solicitation for oil and gas lease that was announced late last month. More specifically, BOEM is seeking comments on the draft proposed program for the 11th National Outer Continental Shelf, or OCS, oil and gas leasing program. From the announcement, and I'll just quote the federal notice, BOEM is seeking a wide array of information, including but not limited to information associated with the economic, social, and environmental values of all OCS resources, as well as the potential impact of oil and gas exploration and development on OCS resources and the marine, coastal, and human environments. The draft proposed program areas included in the solicitation includes areas off of Alaska, California, and the Gulf of America. Rather than taking a council action on this national and broad solicitation, I recommend we refer those interested to review the BOEM proposal, and if they elect to do so, to submit comments by their deadline of January 23rd, 2026. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Pamplin. Appreciate that. Okay. I would like to just mention that, just circle back on some requests that we had received during an earlier agenda item regarding a discussion paper or white paper to address some of the conditions under the current framework agreement for exempting regional delivery requirements for crab, Opelio, and red king crab. And I've had some subsequent conversations. I think that maybe a good next step would be to have an informal debrief following the completion of the agreement this year, and bring stakeholders together. And I've asked the agency to participate in that and potentially host an informal meeting sometime in January. Just wanted to express appreciation to Mr. Curlin for his willingness to help coordinate that meeting, and I'm happy to participate in assisting in any way that I can. Mr. Curlin.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Yeah, happy to be the convener or facilitator of a discussion like that. I think it could be helpful to facilitate better communication and understanding of what's required and not required in that process, recognizing that it's been a little clunky this year and last year. We will pull together an appropriate group, and this is meant to be inclusive. So welcome everybody who has a direct stake in the issue to participate. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Mr. Curlin. Yes, Ms. Kimball.
I do have a motion on the ecosystem committee that I've sent to staff.
Okay, we'll wait for that to come up on the screen.
The motion is the council is scheduling 2 ecosystem committee meetings in the first half of 2026. While dates need to be finalized with the committee, the council recommends the following general timing and tasking. Late winter 2026, March, an organizational meeting. We'll do introductions in terms of reference, discuss the council's Inflation Reduction Act, climate resilience activities, including discussion and prioritization of potential new activities, review EFH 5-year review plan, and discuss anticipated information products and potential committee role in review the Groundfish Management Policy Triennial Review approach adopted by the council in December 2025, and prep for review of future draft products. In an early summer, May, June timeframe, update on the climate resilience work plan, including draft harvest control rule report, and review draft groundfish management policy review document and provide recommendations to the council. And with a second, I'll speak to it.
Second.
Thank you for the second, Mr. Pamplin.
Thank you for the second, Mr. Pamplin. Mr. Pamplin and I are the co-chairs of the newly reconstituted ecosystem committee. So we worked on this tasking together, and obviously with the support of staff and in listening to public comment and in receiving some written comment on what might be appropriate tasks for the ecosystem committee. So I know that most committees, we don't do tasking through a motion. It's not necessary, and I am certainly not trying to set that precedent. But I do know that we're trying to be more explicit with some committee tasking, and this one in particular has had some broader type of discussion topics, and it seemed appropriate just to get us started to be pretty particular about what we're asking the committee to look at. So the idea is this first one would be fairly organizational, meet everybody, review mainly some products that are going to then lead to other products that we might then ask the committee to review and provide recommendations to the council. In early summer, that meeting, we would have a better update on the climate resilience work plan. And by then, I think the council is scheduled to have a draft harvest control rule report, which would be helpful for the committee to review for their information. But the main task there would be to look at the groundfish management policy review, this triennial review that we just talked about and received a presentation, and to provide recommendations to the council before we finalize that review. So I think there's some organizational pieces here and then some more hefty substantive pieces here. Obviously, when we get into the committee process, if there's topics or things that come up at our first March meeting that the committee wants to then ask the council whether they're interested in that tasking for the summer meeting, that's completely possible. But we needed to set out some initial things so that staff could prep for these two pieces. And so this is where we came. And I'm sure Mr. Pamplin would be glad to answer questions.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Are there any questions for Mr. Pamplin? Yes. Ms. Goen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Pamplin, I have a question for you. I'm curious, we heard earlier in the meeting some public testimony on different ideas for the ecosystem committee to potentially pick up, but I think what I heard Ms. Kimball saying was that there would be an opportunity at that first organizational meeting for public comment and people to bring ideas forward for the group to consider. Is that correct?
Yes, I was just kidding. Yes, thank you for the question. I think that is possible, and I mentioned that as well. And I really was trying to stick to things that I knew were already on the council's agenda. The council has tasked work and is looking to this group to provide feedback. So I didn't include any kind of new ideas at this point, but I anticipate public comment will provide those.
Thank you. And Mr. Carlin.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I just had a question about the first bullet for the March meeting, the terms of reference item. I may not be remembering this correctly, but I thought the council adopted terms of reference for the committee. So is your intent there just to familiarize the membership with the terms of reference, or could you speak to that?
Yes. Apologies for not being more explicit, but through the chair, yes, it's to review the terms of reference that the council already adopted. I think it's a good framework to start our first meeting, and so everyone knows the scope of what the committee is asked to deal with.
Okay. Anything else? Mr. Pamplin, we appreciate comments even from you.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I understand this is part of the hazing that occurs with a new member, so thank you.
Okay. And Ms. Baker. Oh. Anything else? Okay. I think we're ready to move on. Oh, actually, maybe we should vote and go through our regular process. Yeah, we're on a motion here. Okay, so any amendments? Okay. Any comments? Okay. Any objection to the motion? Seeing none, that motion passes without objection. Thank you. All right, now we're ready to see if there are any other motions. Mr. Ritchie.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I sent the motion. I'll wait a moment for it to get on screen. I'll read the motion. Initiate a discussion paper on charter halibut permit use and charter halibut effort and harvest measures since permit implementation. The discussion paper should include available data for each permit type, transferable, non-transferable, CQE, and military permits, and for each area 2C and 3A. The paper should include 1. Annual renewal and retirement of CHPs, 2. Ownership transfer and lease transfer of CHPs, 3. Use of CQE CHP issued to non-active CQE entities, 4. A description of the extent to which businesses which are at the CHP holding cap, which is 5, are also using additional CHPs through lease transfer. 5. Transferable CHP use and non-transferable CHP use. 6. Holding constant the most recent FCEY, that's fishery constant exploitation yield, average weight, and harvest per unit effort. Project the maximum effort level allowing for the following harvest measures. 2C, U45-080, reverse slot with no additional harvest measures. 1 fish of any size with no additional harvest measures, or 2 fish of any size with no additional harvest measures. And for 3A, 1 fish of any size and a second fish of 28 inches, closed Wednesdays, and a 1 trip daily limit. 1 fish of any size and a second fish of 32 inches with no additional harvest measures, or 2 fish of any size with no additional harvest measures. 7, holding constant the most recent FCEY, average weight, harvest per unit effort, and angler effort. Project the maximum harvest measures available assuming full RQE, that's recreational quota entity pools. For 2C, use a reverse slot table. For 3A, in order, increase the size of the second fish up to 32 inches, open up days of the week.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Mr. Ritchie.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball. I'll preface my rationale by acknowledging that I used up a lot of airtime just going through this long motion, so I'm going to keep my rationale short. The Charter Halibut Permit Program has been in effect for 14 years. In that time, there has not been a program review. I want to make it known that the intent of this motion is not to initiate a performance review. The intent is a data request. Any trends or concerns identified in that data could be identified by stakeholders or staff and brought forward to the council through the normal council process at the Charter Management Committee or through public testimony. With that, I'll take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ritchie. Are there any questions on the motion? Yep, Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Ritchie, for the motion. I just want to make sure I understand. I think most of the elements you're proposing included in the discussion paper are pretty straightforward. Can you help me? Number 6 is a little more complicated. And can you just help us understand, what that information is sort of trying to demonstrate in terms of the data request?
Thank you for the question, Ms. Baker. Number 6, the intent is that it would bring back information that, given the most recent allocations from the IPHC, which is given in a fishery constant exploitation yield, and the most recent average weights in the fishery in each area, that the analyst or whoever was working on it would project the maximum effort, which would allow for those given measures under each area in the bullets there. I think that this would be informative for the RQE for forecasting how it could make its investments, what to expect in each year, and how that might affect both businesses in 2C and 3A and the anglers that they're serving.
Thank you for that. And quick follow-up, I hope I'm sorry if you mentioned this. Is this motion consistent with what the AP recommended?
Thank you for the question, Ms. Baker. That is a good question. It is consistent with the intent of the AP motion as I understand it. I did make some changes to make it clear that this was not intended to be a performance review and instead was merely to be a data request.
Thank you. Any other questions on the motion? Yes, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. Thank you for the motion. Mr. Ritchie, if you haven't had these conversations, and I don't know if it's fair to ask, but it looks like a lot. And I'm wondering if you had conversations with staff, either Fish and Game staff or NIP staff or council staff, about kind of the workload associated with this. And if it's more appropriate to ask staff directly, I could do that, but maybe you've had those conversations.
Thank you for the question, Ms. Kimball. I have had conversations with staff at the agency, at the Department of Fish and Game, and council staff, and it does sound like this is a fair ask, and it is a possible lift for them. That said, there were some concerns that some of the data that comes back might be a little bit more coarse than some stakeholders may expect, but I think that that's understandable, and any data that comes back would be helpful.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay. Any amendments? Comments on the motion? Seeing none. Thank you, Ms. Ritchie. Any objection to the motion? Seeing none, that motion passes without objection. Anything else? Yep. Mr. Ritchie.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to take a moment to acknowledge that the AP didn't have the benefit of public testimony from Representative Heimbuch that the council did. But based on her testimony, the council understands Representative Heimbuch intends to convene a group to discuss rental sport fishing vessels. The council looks forward to receiving a letter soliciting council participation in that group. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ritchie. Okay. Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a motion that has been sent to and received by staff. The council requests Bering Sea Pollock IPA representatives to report back on the voluntary dynamic spatial measures effective for the 2020-26 Pollock A season. The council requests the report back at the June 2026 meeting in conjunction with IPA reports. The June 2026 dynamic spatial measures report back should include the following: weeks, either week number or week ending date. The dynamic closure area was open and closed, and overall time the area was open versus closed during the A season. Bristol Bay Red King Crab bycatch inside and outside. The RKCSA, which I should have spelled out, Red King Crab savings area. Salmon bycatch rates inside and outside the Red King Crab savings area in relation to the dynamic closure area trigger. Description of salmon avoidance efforts inside and outside the Red King Crab savings area to illustrate use of the rate-based dynamic closure area trigger and the fleet's reliance on the Red King Crab savings area to avoid salmon. And finally, vessel activities inside the Red King Crab savings area when the dynamic closure area was open and closed, and the methods used to monitor vessel activities. With a second, I'll speak to the motion.
Second.
Thank you for the second, Ms. Vanderhoven.
Thank you, Ms. Vanderhoven. I'll try to be brief. I am following up to remind council members and the public from the B9 industry report on dynamic spatial measures that the groups developed for the 2026 A season at the council's request to develop a program using available data to try and avoid crab in the A season to the degree the fleet could develop a program to do that. I want to reiterate my appreciation for the work that the pollock industry representatives did to develop those programs. I was very impressed by the presentation, and I think at this point, the most logical step I think that this council can take in anticipation of seeing how those programs work is to really ask for a report back after the A season completes on essentially how it went. And I really tried to walk the line in this motion of identifying specific items that seem like it would be most useful to hear back about how the program went without getting too specific, understanding that these are brand new programs and we may not know exactly, we definitely don't know exactly how they're going to go and how quickly the fleet might be able to report back. I'm happy to answer questions about the specific items that I've noted here, but I just want to be clear, I'm not asking the IPA representatives to provide a written report. I'm not requiring that. I am just asking for a high-level presentation to the degree they can, understanding that we're asking for a pretty quick turnaround after the A season. And Madam Chair, I did want to speak to my inclusion of specific meeting timing in the motion, and I know we typically try not to do that, and I know that it is your discretion working along with the executive director to determine that. I just wanted to make it clear that I was suggesting that this report back occur in June 2026, if at all possible, as there are a number of other sort of associated items on the agenda at that particular meeting, including cooperative reports, the IPA reports, as I've indicated here, and several agenda items related to the pelagic trawl gear research and innovation projects that are ongoing. I think I'll leave it at that, Madam Chair, and answer any questions.
Thank you for the motion and rationale. Are there any questions? Yes, Ms. Vanderhoeven.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Baker, for your motion. I think in speaking to it that this is kind of a high level. My question is regarding the second bullet for king crab bycatch inside and outside. I take that to mean then just a simple count, since we do count those in numbers of animals. That's what you're looking for.
Through the chair, thank you for the question. Yes, Ms. Vanderhoeven.
Thank you. And Ms. Kimball?
Thank you. I just had two questions. One was on the last bullet to better understand what you're looking for there, vessel activities inside the red king crab savings area. When the closure is open or closed, you mean like fishing activities inside the area and what kind of CPUE or something like that? Is that what you're looking for?
Through the chair, thank you, Ms. Kimball. Yes, and again, purposefully leaving it relatively general. I think CPUE, if that's possible, or just maybe qualitative descriptions of any different operational activities that can be identified due to this program being in place. I think it would be really helpful for us to get a sense of how the vessels would normally fish without this program, and then when this program was implemented, were there any high-level themes that emerged across the fleet in terms of differences in fishing for pollock?
Not a follow-up, it's a second question, really. Thank you for that. That helped me understand that bullet. Since it's not a regulatory requirement like the IPA report, do I assume you're not trying to request a written report? But I mean, I guess they could do a written report, but if we got a PowerPoint or an oral report or something like was done at this meeting, that would be sufficient to meet this request as well.
Through the chair, absolutely. I think I wanted to leave it flexible. I am looking, as Ms. Vanderhoeven said, for a high-level report. I think I did lay out these specific items. I did have some conversations with some members of the pollock fleet. This seems feasible, but yes, I'm definitely not looking for this to be requiring a written report. I think, yes, a high-level PowerPoint would be great. If that's not even possible, a verbal report would be perfectly fine to meet this request, in my opinion.
Thank you. Yes, Ms. Goen.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Ms. Baker, for the motion. My question is on the second bullet about Bristol Bay red king crab bycatch inside and outside the red king crab savings area. And if you could speak to what we expect to learn from that bullet point being reported, given that part of the impetus of this action is that crab are soft shell and molting and mating during that time, so they wouldn't be likely to show up on deck, paired with the gear configuration not likely to bring the crab all the way up on deck. So I'm just wondering what you think we could learn from that bullet.
Through the chair, thank you for the question. I agree with some of the points that you just made. It just seemed pretty foundational, though, if the purpose of the dynamic spatial measures that we've requested the pollock industry to implement were to really potentially reduce impacts on Bristol Bay red king crab, that at a minimum, we should ask that the bycatch number of animals, as we talked about earlier, inside and outside the area we're looking at, be provided, understanding that those numbers are fairly low traditionally in many previous analyses that we've looked at, but it seemed like an important metric to have.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay. Any comments on the motion? Thank you, Ms. Baker, for the motion and the rationale. Is there any objection to the motion? Okay, seeing none, that motion passes without objection. Yes, Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do not have another motion. I just wanted to speak to the public comment that we received both earlier in the meeting and the B reports, and again today, regarding concerns about the walrus population around Round Island and other areas in the Bristol Bay region. And I really just want to express my appreciation for the clear request that we heard in the testimony for this council to take a role in helping subsistence resource users in the area develop approaches to address concerning declines in the walrus population in those areas in recent years. And as we discussed with the testifiers in public comment today, research and management of walrus in the Bristol Bay area is undertaken largely by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and the Alaska Department of Fish and Game, and in coordination with the walrus commissions. And after speaking briefly with Ms. Klein and other council members, my sense is that the most useful next step is for the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and ADF&G representatives here on the North Pacific Council, so sitting here at the table today, that's Ms. Klein and myself, to work with staff at our respective management agencies to jointly follow up with the representatives of the Chiastic Walrus Commission to review available information and data on walrus populations, habitat, prey use, and stressors around Round Island and in the Bristol Bay region, and to bring back the most useful and relevant information identified in those discussions to this council at a future meeting. And that would be with the intention of informing council discussion about the next steps to address potential impacts of federally managed fisheries on walrus populations in the Bristol Bay region. And happy to, I don't know if Ms. Klein has additional comments.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. And Ms. Klein?
Thank you, Madam Chair and Ms. Baker, for putting that forward. And yeah, I just wanted to reiterate that we're also supportive of Ms. Baker's approach for several reasons. People may be familiar that we have a conservation mandate, a direction under the Marine Mammal Protection Act and the Endangered Species Act for the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service in Alaska to be responsible for conservation of Pacific walruses that inhabit Alaskan waters. We also have the Togiak National Wildlife Refuge in Bristol Bay And they've also monitored Pacific walrus use of coastal haulouts since at least 1985. They use a variety of methods to do that. And we also have a marine mammals program that conducts research efforts of Pacific walrus populations as well. We do report on these efforts in our B report to the council, so we'll continue to do so. And we just want to thank the people from Bristol Bay coming in today and testifying, or the past couple of days to be here for the whole meeting, actually. That was really great, and we look forward to continuing to work together on this.
Thank you. Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Ms. Klein, and thank you, Madam Chair. And just to kind of close the loop on the specific comments we heard related to this issue, there was also a public comment requesting consideration of some of the concerns about walrus populations around Round Island and other areas of Bristol Bay in an ongoing council analysis looking at revising the Eastern Bering Sea herring prohibited species catch limit. And I just wanted to say that as part of that analysis for members of the public, that there will be an analysis that reviews the components of the human environment of that proposed action and the potential of that action to impact affected resource components. And without speaking specifically, I didn't have a chance to talk to our staff on that analysis, but just knowing that in that analysis, herring and is an important resource component for that analysis. And so all the environmental factors will be considered, and the council and public will have a chance to review that and provide input on that when that comes back. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. And Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. Thank you for outlining that approach, Ms. Baker. I just had a question about, I heard the main concentration of the kind of information that you would work with Ms. Klein to bring back or work and with the Walrus Commission is on walrus population and habitat and prey use around Round Island. And I think I heard you use the word "and stressors." And I'm just trying to get at whether this kind of conversation you're having offline is going to include kind of the context of all stressors in the environment. And this is going back to the fact that we've already created restrictions around Round Island, no fishing boats within Round Island. I think it's 12 nautical miles and no transiting. But there are a whole bunch of other boats that are not subject to those rules. And so I know we can only focus on what we manage, but I think it would be doing a disservice not to look at the whole picture. And I wondered if that was part of these conversations, or we're just going to focus on federal fishing boats.
Through the chair, and I'll look to Ms. Klein if you have a different perspective. My intention, and because I'm not familiar with walrus research or management, I want to be careful and not misspeak, but I think my intention at least would be to comprehensively, in terms of the discussions with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and what information is available, and it wouldn't be me, it would be experts at ADF&G. I want to be clear about that. To evaluate, first off, the concerns and potential theories from subsistence users about potential stressors on walrus populations, and then evaluate what information we have based on the data and bring that back to the council. So more comprehensively would be my intention, but I will look to Ms. Klein about her perspective on that.
Thank you for the question, and through the chair. And I think the way Ms. Baker described it is accurate. That would be a comprehensive review to look at any and all possible stressors. So to include more than just the fishing vessels. And to caveat as well, I am not a marine mammal specialist and would be turning this over to our staff in the Marine Mammals Division. And also wanted to mention we do work with USGS, and so I don't want to leave them out. We'll reach out to them as well. They've done research with respect to Pacific walrus. And I think the way it was written as well is that it would focus on the Bristol Bay region, but we also could end up in discussions focusing on the larger population of Pacific walrus, because they do transect northern and southern areas of the coast of Western Alaska, depending on the season, and that might be important to discuss as well.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Klein. Anything further? Yes, Mr. Mueller.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I want to thank Ms. Baker for this discussion and the willingness to address some comments we heard in public testimony here. And I do think that, and Ms. Klein, you as well, I do think that this is a reasonable approach to better educate this council relative to the public comments we heard on walruses. And so I do appreciate it, Ms. Baker bringing it forward, and I do think this is the right approach at this point. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mueller. I would echo that appreciation. Thank you, Ms. Baker. Is there anything else on this topic? Any other discussion from council members on any other topics? Yes, Ms. Goodwin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just recognizing that we received comments about how to incorporate youth into our process, and I thought that was a really interesting idea. And we heard a variety of age ranges that might be appropriate for that, and that it might be best to look at either committees or potentially advisory panel, but just want to keep that idea floating around. Appreciated the comment.
Thank you, Ms. Goen. Completely agree. Yeah, it was wonderful seeing the students participate in our meeting for numerous days. So it's just a great opportunity. We also are fortunate to have the MREP program now. I think that's another avenue for youth to engage and express interest. So we'll try to connect those opportunities as best we can. Anything else? Okay. Just like to briefly ask staff to send a follow-up thank you letter to the Assistant Administrator Henio Pinheiro Soler and Dr. Evan Howell for attending our meeting. They were also here for numerous days, expressed a lot of, I think, interest in the issues that we're dealing with at the council, and spent a lot of time with fishery participants in the process. So would like to write a letter of thanks to them, and also maybe in that letter include just another pitch in reference to the importance of getting the final rule implemented for our harvest specifications this year. We know it's going to be a tight timeframe. We really appreciate the agency's attention to that, and we also heard some cautious confidence that that's going to be that'll go through smoothly. So much appreciated. Okay. So in December, we make appointments for our advisory panel and SSC, and my computer just went blank. So for our advisory panel, the following members of the panel have been reappointed for 3-year terms: Shannon Carroll, Rick Leightonen, Craig Lowenberg, Heather Mann, and Chelsea Riddell. It's the council's policy for the advisory panel to appoint new members to 1-year orientation terms with the option to extend by 2 years to a full 3-year term. The following members of the advisory panel have had their orientation year extended through the end of 2027: Bernie Burkholder and Michael Chance Miller. And finally, the council reappoints Landry Price to a 1-year term. So the AP members for 2026 will be Tiffany Andrew, Tamara Briggy, Eva Dawn Burke, Bernie Burkholder, Shannon Carroll, Nels Evens, Gretar Goodmanson, James Johnson, McToy Johnson, Rick Leightonen, Craig Lowenberg, Heather Mann, Chance Miller, Lauren Howard, Landry Price, Chelsea Riddell, Annika Saltman, Paul Wilkins, and Susie Zagorski. For the SSC, so the current 18 SSC members who requested reappointment have been reappointed for next year. So the SSC members for 2026 will be Chris Anderson, Jennifer Burns, Fabio Calto Bellata, Curry Cunningham, Martin Dorn, Sherry Dressel, Robert Foy, Jason Gasper, Dana Hanselman, Brad Harris, Kaylin Kreutz, Franz Mucher, Andrew Monroe, Chris Siddon, Ian Stewart, Robert Surian, Allison Whitman, and Sarah Weiss. So we always appreciate the interest from applicants. We received applications from some highly qualified individuals this year on the AP or for the AP. These are always really tough decisions. And this year we did consider some resource constraints when we decided to reduce the size of both our SSC and advisory panel. We will be reconsidering this on an annual basis and evaluating our finances. We're always striving to ensure that we have balanced representation, ensuring that we also have a diverse interest and expertise to address the priorities in front of the council. So we really encourage those individuals to continue to express interest and consider applying for future cycles. So with that, I think that we're pretty near the end of our meeting here. I would like to always extend our immense appreciation to staff, all of their hard work. We're very fortunate to have such dedicated and hardworking people in this process, as well as it was very great to see agency staff here and really appreciate the challenges with the shutdown and how everyone just coalesced to ensure that we were prepared for this meeting. So thank you very much. And fellow council members for all of your hard work as always. So happy holidays, everyone, and we'll see you in February. Thanks. Meeting adjourned.